We're all here. Staff is ready. Recording. Brian, Kenny, we're good to go?
This conference will now be recorded.
Good to go.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. The time is 10:12, and I call the December 15th, 2022 Planning Board meeting to order. We have the following board members with us today. We are joined by Commissioner Washington. We have Commissioner Dorner and Commissioner Giraldo.
Good morning.
And I am Chair Shapiro. As we move forward to the business at hand, please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration and for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. And this deadline is shown on the screen, and it's announced at every weekly meeting as well. Registered speakers may join the meeting with the link provided in the email provided by the planning board office, or listen by phone by utilizing the call-in number provided in the email. And of course, anyone may tune in to watch the planning board meeting via live stream. And you will notice if you wish to speak or become a person of record, you may use our online web form, which you'll notice is referenced on the screen as well. In addition to the commissioners, I think this is correct. We are joined by our Deputy Director, Derek Galage, Deputy Planning Director, Derek Galage. We are joined by David Warner, who is our Principal Counsel. We also have Jessica Jones, our Planning Board Administrator, and Joe Parsons, our Senior Technical Hearing Writer. We're also joined by James Hunt, the Division Chief for the Development and Review Division. And staff members Kenny Flanagan and Ryan Croner helping us with technology behind the scenes. And we are joined by our Planning Director, Andre Checki. Good to see you. So let's move on to our cases for the day. First, we're going to change the order a little bit. We're going to go in order with the cases with one exception. We're actually going to take item 9. I'm sorry, we're going to take item 10, and we're going to make that the second regular agenda item. So we will go items 5 and then 10, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. So all we're doing is moving 10 and pushing it after 5. So first, our administrative agenda items. We have 2 resolutions of appreciation. We have 2 folks who we are sad to see go. Folks have been around a long time. First, we have Darlene Watkins. And Darlene is the Chief of the Arts and Cultural Heritage Division of the Department of Parks and Recreation. She is retiring from the commission effective 12/31/2022 after 28 years of service to M&C PPC and to the county. She's earned several promotions and held many, many leadership and management roles throughout her career at the commission. Just a few. She's she's the Division Chief for Arts and Cultural Heritage. She was the Assistant and Acting Division Chief before that, Countywide Arts Coordinator, Events and Logistics at Prince George's Sports and Learning Complex, and Director of multiple community centers over the years. She was instrumental in the success of many, many major programs for Parks and Rec. She was the initiator of the Arts on the Roll Mobile Arts Program, the year-round Children's Performing Arts Program, the Celebrate Africa Cultural Arts Festival, Artomatic, which was the county's 2015 Arts Festival, the Teen Internships and Poster Projects for Black History and Hispanic Heritage Months, and she recently served on the steering committee for the 2022 Cultural Arts Study for Prince George's County. We thank Darlene for her many, many contributions over the years. I will miss her. I've worked with her in so many ways over so many years, collaborated around work related to the Arts District, Arts and Economic Development. She's just been a real champion for the arts for the county, and we wish her a happy retirement. And Bill, you were here. Our Director of Parks and Rec is here. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that as well.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and everyone. You've said it all, but I would like to say Darlene has been really a pleasant person to work with. She's brought innovation to our department. And what's so really marvelous about Darlene is that she goes about doing all of this in a very quiet manner. You don't know things are happening until they're happening, and she gets it done very, very well, and also will be missed by me and the department. So thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you, Director Tyler. Yeah, she will certainly be missed. Commissioners, anything to add? We're okay? Thank you. Thank you so much, Darlene, for all the work that you've done. Next, we have Howard Berger, who you thought 28 years was a long time. Howard has been, he's retiring from the commission effective 12/31/2022 after 32 years of service. Howard, we're glad you're joining us, by the way. He is the supervisor of the Historic Preservation Section within the Countywide Planning Division in the Planning Department. He's served a number of roles over the years: architectural historian, planning coordinator, even acting division chief for community planning. For more than 20 years, Howard organized and executed the annual Historic Preservation Month program within the Department of Parks and Recreation. And he and his team also provided support to the county's Historic Preservation Committee. He has an extensive list of career accomplishments. And just, if I may highlight a few, Howard, you were the author of the nomination to list Mount Rainier Historic District on the National Register of Historic Places in 1990. You were the project team member for the 1992 and 2010 Historic Sites and District Plans. You were the project reviewer for the McCormick Goodhart Mansion Comprehensive Rehabilitation as Casa de Maryland in 2007. This is just a few highlights of a long, storied, impressive career with the commission. I thank you personally. We thank you for the contribution, for your stellar service over the years. And we all wish you a happy retirement. And before we get to you, is there any commissioners want to add anything, or Director Checkley, are you still on the line? Anything you want to add?
I just appreciate Howard's work, and especially his conciliatory or conciliation with the board itself when we raised issues, and he was more than helpful in resolving some of the issues that we had. So, and those issues involve increasing the participation of diverse people in the designation of historic properties. So Howard, I appreciate that. Best of luck.
Well said. Anything else? If not, Howard, anything you want to share? We're glad you're on the line. I'm glad you could hear the accolades, but if there's any words from you as well, I'd love to hear it. We would.
Just a few, if you will indulge me.
Indeed.
I worked with a lot of talented and committed people over the last 32 plus years, and they're too numerous to name, but I do want to pick out a couple of people for special recognition. First and foremost would be Gail Rothrock, my predecessor, who actually hired me as a contractor in 1988, before some of you were born, and not all of you, but some. And also, beyond that, John Peter Thompson, who has ably served as the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission for many, many years. Without their mentorship and guidance and counsel, I don't think this program would have accomplished as much as it has over its 40-year history. That said, I just want to leave you with some glowing remarks about the current Historic Preservation staff, which is composed of Dr. Jennifer Stabler, Tom Gross, Daniel Tana, Tyler Smith, and Amelia Chisholm. They're all very, very talented and very, very committed people, and I was lucky to have them behind me, and sometimes ahead of me, actually, technologically speaking. And I think the department is in really, really good shape to go forward. And with that, I would just say thank you for your kind remarks.
Thank you, sir. Job well done. Excellent, excellent public servant for all these years. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just want to, I guess I could be snarky at the end, as I was all along, and say that I remember a certain politician in Tacoma Park who at the time had a ponytail, but apparently doesn't anymore. And it's been a long run, but it's been a lot of fun, all things considered.
It has been. It's been a pleasure. It really has.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners. So before us are two resolutions of appreciation, one for Darlene Watkins and one for Howard Berger. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for two resolutions, one for Darlene Watkins and one for Howard Berger. The motion is by Commissioner Giraldo, the second is by Commissioner Washington. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Giraldo,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Washington,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thanks to both of you. Next item on our agenda, item number 2, we are looking for a motion to approve the draft minutes of December 8th, 2022.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second,
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Next item on our agenda is item 3C. This is a Parks and Recreation item. The grant of a storm drain, roadway improvement, and public utility easements to Prince George's County and PEPCO. Let me turn it over to staff. We have Paul Sun, Bridget Stessney, Sonia Ewing. I'm not sure who's going to take the lead on this. This is an action item, so we will be looking for a motion to approve, assuming we are comfortable with that, and I'll turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Shapiro and fellow planning board members. I don't know if there's the PowerPoint that's available. Can that be put on the screen?
I do see one.
Yes, thank you. That looks accurate. We're here today to request approval for granting of a proposed construction utility easements at our Cedar Chase Park. The granting of easements on park property is a property rights matter which requires planning board and full commission approval. This is an ad hoc process and it's done on an on-needed basis. Next slide, please. Cedar Chase Park is currently undeveloped and located at a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Chase Road. In general, the site is approximately 1 mile south of the intersection of Woodyard and Old Alexander Ferry Road in Clinton. Next slide, please. As part of the approvals for Cedar Chase subdivision, preliminary plan 4-0451, the developer is required to dedicate land to park and planning, along with the design and construction of the park facilities. In 2006, the developer entered in the public recreational facilities agreement to guarantee the construction of the public park facilities. And in 2007, the developer dedicated the land 3.5 acres as shown on this graphic. Next slide. Here's a graphic of the proposed park facilities, which include open play areas, tot lots, parking spaces. Next slide. As part of the developer's current permit approval process to construct the park facilities, several easements are now required. Two easements are required to Prince George's County, a 6,108 square foot storm drain easement through the middle of the property, and a 370 foot road improvement easement along Cedar Chase Road, since it's designed as an open roadway section. There's also a 370 foot public utility easement to PEPCO, which is an extension of a PUE along public street frontages. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Staff is opinion these easements along Cedar Chase Road and are very minor, and recommend approval of granting of these easements, as this will allow the developer to fulfill his requirements for providing public recreational facilities. Staff recommends approval, subject to approval of the final full commission. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions for staff? Thank you, Mr. Sun. Appreciate the presentation and all the work related to this. Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Dorner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Geraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Next item, I'm excited to say, is a presentation. This is not an action item. This is for our discussion. And the staff will talk a bit about why this is coming to us now. But I'm excited to say that there'll be a presentation on Game On, which is our youth sports activities and the directions that we're going, what we've done, where we are, where we're going. The presentation will be by Bill Sheehan and Wanda Ramos, and I will turn it over to them to introduce it and to go through the presentation. Take it away. And Director Tyler, I'm sorry, is there anything that you want to add before we start?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as always. Bill Tyler, Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and thank you to the members of the Planning Board. We are excited as well, and I just wanted to say that this is going to be an awesome presentation, and we are really, really happy to show where we have been and where we're going. So thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. So I'll turn that over to the Deputy Director Ramos.
Director Tyler, Deputy Director Ramos, just to be clear for the commissioners and for me, there's some reason why there's some, maybe urgency is too strong, but the reason why this is coming before us now, will you touch on that in the presentation, or might it be helpful to frame it for us about why this is coming to us right now?
Yes, Deputy Director Ramos will be able to frame that for you.
Okay, great. All right. Take it away, Ms. Ramos.
All right, good morning and happy Thursday. Thank you for having us here to present to you the Youth Countywide Sports Division Game On Strategic Plan. We are very excited to share with you today the consultants report entitled Game On Youth Sports Strategic Plan. Game On is the culmination of nearly 2 years of work and is an exciting first step and critical element in defining how the newly formed Youth and Countywide Sports Division will deliver youth sports programming for county residents. The report is broad and provides insights on programming, marketing, communications, partnerships, I should add collaborations, and facilities. The report will be shared with you right after today's presentation and soon will be posted on our website. Prince George's County has a proud legacy of youth sports, and we are committed to creating even more opportunities to empower our young people. Game On is just the beginning of the ongoing effort to increase youth sports in Prince George's County, and we look forward to sharing our continued plans and successes with you. This is not the only time we'll be here to present that. We would like to thank the many stakeholders, staff, community members, local municipalities, and youth sports organizations that participated in this process. Special thanks to Deputy Director Steve Carter, who initiated the formation of the division and the plan. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Game On plan. And yes, there's certain urgency because we want to release this Game On plan to the public, given the recreation work group study that's happening in the county right now. This is a very important part of that process. So now I'm going to turn it over to Bill Sheehan, Acting Division Chief of the Youth and Countywide Sports Division, to present where we have been, where we are, and where we're going. Thank you. Did I answer your question, Chair Shapiro?
You did indeed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Tyler and Wanda. Good morning, Chairman Shapiro and Planning Board members. As Wanda stated, I'm Bill Sheehan, the Acting Chief of the Youth and Countywide Sports Division. We appreciate having this opportunity to provide a brief overview of the Game On Youth Sports Strategic Plan, the consultants report we refer to as Game On. The report is very broad and provides insights on programming, marketing, communications, partnerships, and facilities. This presentation is informational, and we are not asking for any action. This morning, I will highlight a few areas of the Game On, provide updates on how our youth and countywide sports division has grown since its creation, where we have incorporated many of the areas within the Game On plan and what our next steps are. Next slide. We are now the Youth and Countywide Sports Division. This division provides youth and adults of sports programming to include the Prince George's County Boys Club, permitting of the countywide athletic fields, oversight of our Sugar Ray Leonard Boxing Center, and we work with various internal and external partners to provide cooperative programming. This unit was previously a part of the Sports Health and Wellness Division that also included our specialty sport facilities, such as Sports and Learning Complex, Fairland, our golf courses, trap and skeet ice rinks, as well as the health and wellness and aquatics. Since we have become our own division, we have been able to add additional staff and concentrate our focus on sports and permitting, expanding our offerings and enhancing our partnerships. Next slide. For a quick recap, I wanted to share how did we get here and where are we? As you can see, in the spring of 2019 was when House Bill 279 was approved for the creation of a Youth and Countywide Sports Division, which became operational in February of 2020. And that is at the same time when our department retained consultant Barry Dunn to assist with developing this strategic plan called Game On. And then just recently and earlier this year, as Wanda mentioned, and why this is urgent to get this out. Urgent might be a strong word, but we wanted to share this with the public and our Blue Ribbon panel that is looking into and determining the most efficient way to provide youth and sports to our county. And just so you know, Deputy Director Wanda Ramos and myself are 2 of the 17 members on that work group, and we have enjoyed our time there and are looking forward to continuing our work. Next slide. As you can see from here, this is basically a short little layout of what's been happening since February of 2020. Over the past 2 years, the consultant spent much of 20 and 21 in community and staff engagement, research, conducted inventories and assessment of programs and services. As a new division focused on youth sports, we were extremely fortunate to have such a comprehensive report conducted to complement our roadmap. This is our timeline and action plan that we have been developing to set priorities and specific action items for our new division. So having an outside set of eyes and the expertise of the Barry Dunn and their subcontractors that helped with this report, it was great to collaborate and see that a lot of our goals were similar. As you will see shortly, many of the Game On plan are already being implemented as those areas of emphasis, as I mentioned, are the same. We're very excited to continue this momentum as we enter the new year. Next slide. A few areas of the Game On plan that I do want to touch to, because this is over a 140-page document with many details that will be of interest reading for various individuals in the public, whether it's fields, facilities, our programs and services, as well as our one-stop shop. So I wanted to just touch on those today. Next slide. Branding and marketing, the main emphasis and one that we're very excited to be working on and hopefully get out or will be getting out in the new year. Next slide. I want to emphasize a youth and sports landing page subsite is currently being developed in coordination with our public affairs and community engagement division. This is a one-stop shop where individuals can visit for all things youth sports in our county. This will include information on every individual sport listed there. You'll be able to scroll over that and get information. A comprehensive list of our athletic fields and gymnasium inventory, getting involved in coaching or volunteering, as well as our permitting and affiliate listing. Affiliates are private or non-MNC PPC groups that provide athletic opportunities for county residents. Big part of the success of our county. Example of these are various baseball or softball travel teams and volleyball teams, AAU basketball. Providing anything and everything related to youth sports in one location will make navigating youth sports in our county much more efficient. We are currently building out this site and plan to have our first version live after the new year, and then we'll continue to grow the sites with additional sections as we add them. Next page. Another important part of this plan has been fields and facilities. 3 areas that I want to share are service levels, GIS mapping, and our grow in place model. Next slide. Together with our Park Planning and Development Division and our Northern and Southern Park divisions, we have inventoried every athletic field and diamond and determined the service level, labeling it either a 1, 2, or a 3. 1 being a top rated, where there's parking, plenty of parking, lighting, restrooms, ample seating for spectator. These are our locations that are used for games that require these amenities. Sports and Learning Complex, our regional parks at Walker Mill are examples of level 1. 2 are for games and practices without all of the level 1 amenities, and level 3 are in neighborhood parks and used mostly for practices, peewee, or just drop-in activities. This is beneficial for patrons and staff, allowing us to program in a safe and effective manner, not putting a large activity in the middle of a neighborhood park and disrupting, residents and not being able to serve the quality that they need at that event. These GIS maps will be incorporated into our one-stop shop website so the community staff can look at that inventory. Next slide. Another example, an exciting step forward, again, Park Planning and Development. Appreciate all of your work, and it ties in with our Game On plan that allows you to scroll over any park or field and receive detailed information on what each amenity has. Again, another tool that will benefit our patrons and our staff and will be on our one-stop shop. Next slide. During the time that the Game On consultants were conducting their project, we went through some changes within our department. The North and Central and Southern area maintenance units have been transitioned or transformed to our new Northern Region Park District and Southern Region Park District. This has resulted in specialized athletic ball field teams and numerous evaluation tools and best practices that have been implemented. The increased communication and collaboration between our divisions has been amazing. The dedication and commitment from these parks district staff, along with their expertise and teamwork and attitude that they have, has resulted on field conditions improving in a very short time and has increased playability. One example is our Tucker Road Field number 2, top before, bottom after. Can't thank them enough and are so excited to continue to work with them as we go from even good to great to exceptional. Excited about the continued momentum as we enter our 2023 seasons. Next slide. Grow in place, prioritizing repurposing of existing facilities rather than saying we need to acquire new. Next slide. The Game On plan provides numerous locations of our parks and facilities for potential grow in place models. These are all examples I want to stress, and none have been confirmed for renovation. It'll be very interesting when you go through the Game On to see the various locations that they have shown what potential options we do have. We will work to continue to work together with PPD and maintenance to align our priorities to align these upgrades with our current priorities, our budget, and determine the plan to incorporate into our roadmap. So we'll be able to go from location to location. An example in front of us real quick is Oak Creek West. There you see our park. And if you go to our next slide, you will see that is our existing. Currently, there's 4 rectangle and 2 diamonds. Although this existing footprint looks satisfactory, the grow in place model allows for even more opportunities. Next slide. You can see this same footprint where the model shows an increase in both rectangle and diamond fields, size for multiple sports and ages, and even includes our popular sport, youth cricket pitches in this model. Again, this is just an example and how we will be using the grow in place model going forward. Next slide. The next area I want to share is the programs and services portion. This covers the service delivery model and gap analysis, showing where we have opportunities to either implement new and additional programming, where we may have fallen short, as well as other areas where we can strengthen and grow. Next slide. This program model is an important tool to assist us in determining what our role is. We cannot be everything to everybody, but what we can be is one of these 4 areas shown. We currently fill each of these roles in some fashions, and we continue to evaluate our existing roles. We are reviewing existing MOUs, partnerships, and other agreements that we currently operate. Quick example of this slide. We are currently a partner with our Prince George's County Boys and Girls Club. We're a provider for a lot of our local youth lacrosse organizations, facilitator and resource with many groups such as our coaches trainings and some of our competitions. This tool will continue to be a crucial component to accurately determine our role. We are currently developing a matrix where we are clearly identifying and understanding what our role is for each sport. Next slide. As we talk about partners of one of the delivery models, I wanted to share the many partners that we have worked with over just this past year to provide enhanced programming and numerous fun and innovative opportunities for our patrons. I cannot thank these organizations and our MNCPP staff enough for teaming up with these to provide exciting programs that we could not have done without them. As you can see, most of our, or all of our major league local teams, large national organizations such as First Tee, working with our public schools, Boys and Girls Club, and our latest Under the Lights with Under Armour. We will continue the momentum, grow together, and we will add even more partners moving forward. Next slide. Gap analysis. Some of the areas bulleted, highlighted on this slide are developmental programs, drop-in sports offering, girls-only sports programming, getting the early childhood and peewee programs going, our access to athletic fields and gyms within the Prince George's Public Schools, and then elite sport opportunities. Gap analysis provides opportunities where we can expand our existing programs, add new programs that we may have missed. With the newly formed Youth and Countywide Sports Division and the increase of staff, focus on specific items, we have been able to immediately identify these gaps and incorporate additional programs to address them. I've been extremely proud and can't thank enough the Youth and Countywide Sports staff, as well as our Recreation and Leisure Services staff for their buy-in, commitment, dedication to build many of these new programs from scratch. The results have been impressive, and we are not stopping. Developmental programs, such as on this slide, Drop-In, Girls Specific, Pee-wee. These are just a few of the programs we've begun to fill over the past year. We have re-engaged our weekly meetings with the Prince George's County Public School leadership, County Executive's Office, and our MNC PPC Youth and Countywide Sports Team to review and revamp current access procedures to schools, and we meet weekly. And we will continue to evaluate and determine our role in the elite sports field. As we grow and become fully staffed, these are the gaps that will be identified and continue to be identified. Next slide. Youth development. Highlighting youth development, this consists of instructional and drop-in clinics, our Pee-wee programs, and specific skills or sports opportunities. Although many of our community centers, as mentioned before, provide and offer excellent quality developmental programs in their facilities, being able to work together to enhance programs and adding new and innovative programs that we may not have reached in certain pockets of the county has resulted in us in reaching more residents and offering more options to choose. And as I mentioned before, we are just getting started. Youth development is and will continue to be, the main focus of our department and division. This is the feeder system into our other programs and have these participants become Parks and Recreation patrons for life. I think we all can remember our first experience in sports and where that led us to. Next slide. A few of the highlights over the past year have been numerous junior NBA clinics throughout the county. So excited to have our Washington Mystics offer 4 free girls-only clinics at 4 community centers throughout our county. Local product Tiana Hawkins, Riverdale Baptist, University of Maryland, and now Washington Mystics attended one of our clinics. The ICV and lacrosse that we're continuing to grow. And then we also added in our girls lacrosse. Next slide. Our 7v7 boys and girls summer soccer program was so exciting. Nothing better to see than Pee-wees on a Saturday morning where the kids are excited, but the parents are even more excited. And that is a program that, as you can see by the numbers, has just grown. And now we're trying to figure out, looking at our field inventory, where can we expand to? Seeing these new programs implemented into our inventory of activities has been wonderful to see. Next slide. The next slides are a quick recap of the Youth and Countywide Sports 2022 highlights. I'll quickly pass through these and hopefully you can review in more detail when time permits. Next slide. Quick overview of just the last year, the amount of leagues, the amount of clinics we hosted, participants served. Also included that we still serve our adult sports. It is truly important in our county to keep health, wellness, just socially active for our residents. And we also are continuing, especially coming out of COVID, our numbers of athletic field user groups has increased. Next slide. So this is our pickleball. If you haven't heard of pickleball, I don't know where you've been, but we've been excited to have both youth and adult. This past June, we had our Parks and Recreation Month pickleball tournament at Sark, where we maxed out at 24 beginners and 24 intermediate teams. And we cannot put down enough cricket ball courts, and we'll continue to monitor that and work with them. Next slide. As I mentioned, our Mystics clinics, and I also wanted to add that we partnered with Major League Baseball, Washington Nationals, and our Prince George's County Library system to offer the play ball event at Walker Mill. Pitcher Josiah Gray came out, read to the children, and then they had various stations to any softball, baseball, stickball. It was all out there, beautiful day, and we were glad to support that. Next slide. As I mentioned, the Pee Wee soccer, just those pictures there speak for itself. Saturday mornings, you see 1 to 4-year-olds just having the time of their life. And as I mentioned, the parents more excited than them. Next slide. Our 7v7 soccer that I just mentioned, I do want to also add that we've gotten tremendous feedback from our local high school, county, and private school coaches that says this is exactly the type of activity that keeps these people busy throughout the year. And when they return to school, this program has definitely shown that they have improved. And being able to contribute to that has been an honor. Next slide. We're gearing up for our futsal league, a new program that we incorporated in our county. The North, as I mentioned, Region Park Leisure Services and Southern had done tremendous jobs of futsal. We partnered with them, used their guidance, and now we've grown to multiple locations for boys, and we'll be starting the girls. Next slide. Started our Girls Stick To It lacrosse program, and we'll be expanding that for our girls league. And I think lacrosse is another example of, you know, you keep checking in year to year, and you're going to see Prince George's County's lacrosse program grow to where we need to be. Next slide. Something I'm very proud of is our Under Armour flag under the light flag football program. We were able to use the turf field at Woodmore for our games, and we also partnered with our police athletic league in the county that does fantastic work year in and year out on the various of sports and non-sports programs. They entered numerous teams into our program, and it really enhanced the overall opportunity. Next slide. And finally, for highlights, our girls 3-on-3 basketball league. So exciting to have these individuals have their own league. We had high school coaches work with this staff to instruct and teach, and then we broke out and had teams and games. And if you read that quote from Miss Joseph, that's our goal. Fun, enjoyed the coaching, and she made her team. Next slide. Youth Sports Programming 2023 and beyond. We have partnered with our Girls Excited About Recreation to expand our existing ICB program to offer girls leagues. We'll also, as I said, be expanding our Pee Wee sports, our revitalizing baseball and inner cities programs that we've been a part of over the last few years. We'll be expanding to add machine pitch and major minor league divisions. And another area that I'm committed to and our division is to expand volleyball leagues, camps, and clinics. There are numerous pockets in our county where they're very successful, and we want to oversee and coordinate that and really have a robust girls volleyball program. Next slide. Final quick highlights. ICB, I mentioned. The next, and I appreciate the planning board for posting this and so much marketing I've seen over the last couple of weeks. It's our In the Water basketball tournament. DC, Maryland, and Virginia will be represented with 8 boys teams and 4 girls competing. So we hope to see you there. Attached, there are the times and the dates. Very, very happy for the buy-in from some of our local schools and coaches. And again, the collaboration of our entire Department of Parks and Recreation. I believe every division is represented to put this event on. Can't thank them enough. Next slide. What's next? As Wanda mentioned, the distribution plan to the public. Very interesting reading. Many details in there that I was just able to slightly cover that we have been drilling down in, takeaways, and adding to our roadmap to complete this journey. We're going to go live with our one-stop shop youth sports subsite, finalize our roadmap, as I mentioned, to really prioritize our specific action item and goals. And we will continue to push that grow in place model because we feel it's a huge benefit to be able to enhance existing footprints or parks into more usable space. So with that, I want to thank you for allowing us to present a quick overview of the Game On plan, share some of our youth and county-wide sports division highlights since we've been created into our own division, and let you know where we are headed. Although this is just a snapshot, I hope you and the public are able to review the extensive, detailed Game On plan. We anticipate and look forward to returning in early 2023 to provide you with an update on our progress, as well as share our roadmap as we continue on this exciting and important journey. I do want to thank consultant Barry Dunn for this report, as well as the planning board, Director Tyler, Deputy Ramos, and every staff person within MNCPBC and Parks and Recreation for their support, teamwork, and the guidance over the past year. It's an exciting time, not only for youth and countywide sports, but for our entire department, which leads to excitement for our county and our residents. And we are happy to be working on that blue ribbon panel, and we'll continue to learn and grow to make this an even greater agency and going for that 7th gold medal. Thank you for your time. Apologies if I ran over, but we're just so excited and dedicated to making this Game On plan lead to our division and our department being the best in the nation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Well done. Overwhelmingly impressive. And I know this just touches on a piece of it. It is just amazing how much good work you all are doing and how much you're accelerating the progress too. It's really good to see. So let's just open it up for discussion, questions, any thoughts from commissioners or, I know we have the 147-page report as well, but perhaps there's some questions here now.
Mr. Chair, could we see the and I don't have that slide, I didn't recall the slide number, but with the sponsors or partners that we have, the different teams?
That was the sports partners.
Yeah, I couldn't see the entire slide.
It's like around slide 10 or 12. Maybe farther along. Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't have it numbered on my hard copy. Keep going a little more. Thank you for the technical team as well over the last couple of days. It's slide 18.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Appreciate their help as well.
Are there others there that are not visible? That's what I was looking.
Yes, I did. Although we have monumental sports and entertainment where the Washington Capitals fall under, we should have them because they are doing a tremendous job at our ice rinks and our Learn to Play program. So that was one that is omitted. Other than that, I think we've caught as many as we can from the past year.
What about DC United? Nothing?
We have actually worked with them, and apologies, maybe not in the last year. We're hoping to re-engage with them, as we've coming out of COVID and we're opening up some things. So I will research that because we definitely support and have had support from DC United, whether it's tickets, clinics, or visits to their new Out East field. So I will look at that. Great catch.
How about Washington Spirit?
Individual community centers may have. YCSD, since I've been in this seat, have not, but again, great catch. We will reach out to them because, as I mentioned, this is going to be more than a one-page chart the next time we meet, because the partnerships are most invaluable to us to help grow each other.
And the last one is because I'm an American League person. Would any reach out to the Baltimore Orioles?
Yes, that is a touchy, subject. We're right on that line. But with our partnership, I guess I would call it, with our Bowie Bay Sox, that is an area where we get support from them. And we also have done our pitch, hit, and run through the Baltimore Orioles, using them as our sponsor.
Okay.
So we haven't this past year, but we'll be re-engaging them as well as we do more and more at our Prince George's Stadium where the Bay Sox play.
Okay, I just want to thank everybody on Parks and Rec for this Game On program. It seems really extensive and it's something that's needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, and I'll be reaching out to the Spirit very soon.
I just
While
want,
we're on this real quick, I see MedStar Health on this for our delivery partners. Have we had any interaction with Kaiser? And is there something that we can do to help make those connections if we haven't?
I have not through YCSD. I believe I can check with our health and wellness and our special programs if they have. The reason, briefly, I just want to share on MedStar Health, we were able to reach an agreement with them where during our sporting events, we have on-call athletic trainers, which really is a good touch at some of our high-profile events. And just instead of having a EMT on site, having that athletic trainer right there on site that are there for the participants on the fields has been invaluable and really has been a good touch for our organization.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I join my colleague in congratulating and thanking the team. This is a phenomenal presentation. And my question has to do with, once this is made public, has there been consideration given to kind of engaging the public?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's one thing just to put it on a website or send it out, but are we creating a mechanism through which, you know, once they see it, then the public can sign up and maybe join a Game On newsletter, or, you know, because that, I think that's really important. You know, it's one thing to share a plan, but we really want to create stakeholder partnerships as part of them seeing this. So if you haven't thought about that, I would just ask that you do consider it.
Yes, thank you for that comment. That is extremely important. What we don't want is this plan to be put on someone's shelf and say, hey, great, you had the plan. What we want to be able to do is to reach out, whether that is with individual groups or organizations, and getting their feedback. Because when you read this Game On, you will go to certain sections that are important to you. And although we are prioritizing and creating our action items and our roadmap, I believe it's very important of what you said to get the feedback and realize our priorities may not be what other priorities, and get the feedback on how they interpret this Game On. So yes, we will definitely add that to our roadmap and determine the best way to have that. And maybe it is to have some more open focus sessions and just discuss the plan and offer our feedback and take back any input that they may have shared. So thank you for that recommendation.
You were certainly welcome, but I would, you can do as many focus groups as you want, but I'm actually suggesting something a bit more robust and would likely fall under the branding and marketing. I mean, you've mentioned you're creating that landing page or microsite. You know, there ought to be some way for the public to interface with us. Not, you know what I mean?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Right, and once they do, then we ought to send them something back. So in other words, it's creating dialogue in addition to it's receiving and getting. No,
Yep.
that's not right. It's giving and receiving.
Received very clearly, and I agree 100%, and thank you for that.
You are welcome. And again, nice job to the entire team. Congratulate.
Thank you.
I have one kind of follow-up on Commissioner Washington's comments. So I'll say that the In the Water basketball battle seems very appropriately named for today. So kudos to that. And it's great. I just saw that this morning before we even got on the meeting, there was an announcement that came out, a press release about it. So you're doing a great job of getting it out via email, but then also all the social media platforms that you're going to be utilizing for that. So I look forward to seeing not just that, but all the stuff that you all have in these slides there. The one question I did want to ask about, related to what Commissioner Washington was bringing up, as all of you are well aware, we had a number of headaches and mischaracterizations and accusations and just flat out lying, more or less, to put it blatantly, by state legislators about our Parks and Recreation Department and what we do for the youth. They didn't even attempt to try and learn. They just made accusations without even knowing what was happening in the county, what they thought was happening, without educating themselves first. But there is a Recreation Blue Ribbon work group that they have that I'm pretty sure, I think, Wanda, that you participate in, and maybe, and I think, Bill, that you as well as participated, went and actually looked at the online discussions and stuff and the agenda with them, because they continue to make things and state things that aren't necessarily true. So have we shared these slides with them, or are we going to share this with them soon? That way they become a little bit more educated about what we're doing and potentially the lack of need for any kind of change, since we're already bringing so much to the county, and we've always done that.
Yes, I would just like to add that not only will, every member on the panel receive the Game On, but and we actually have a meeting, the panel this afternoon, that is open to the public on the YouTube. But we will be having a brief introduction to, on the agenda is of our youth and countywide sports strategic plan. And we'll be discussing during this meeting today and planning for January to do even a more deep dive. So I know I am, unless Director Tyler or Wanda stop me, at today's meeting, when we get to this agenda item, hopefully some people are on this call today, but if they're not, we definitely want to see if we can incorporate either portions or this entire document, just to make sure that they are aware of, we weren't just sitting in place waiting for a plan and then implement. A lot of our priorities and things that they identified and recognized are very clear to us. And as we became our own division, that roadmap and priorities started being built. So I hope I answered your question to say, they have some of this information. This is some of the information our Blue Ribbon panel is gathering, and I've put it together in this slide, and I would love to show it again, or at least have it where each one of the members can review this through themselves.
And Commissioner Doerner and Commissioner Washington, we are going to share this document and engage with as many leaders and officials as possible. So we do have a plan to do that. And we've already started to engage some of them to really discuss, this plan and also plans moving forward. Because as was said in this presentation, we do know that there are areas that we can grow, and that's what we are really focusing on right now, is growing and of course maintaining some of the really good programs that we already have. So yes, to answer your question emphatically, we will be sharing this with many more folks, either individually or collectively.
Thank you, Director Tyler.
Great. No, that makes me really happy, and I hope that the folks who are on that Blue Ribbon Committee, who aren't the ones here in the room today, use their microphones in a different way to amplify the things that we already do and that we're continuing to do, and instead of just talking out the sides of their mouths without knowing what we actually do. Because that doesn't help the kids in the county. That doesn't help our citizens. And those are all people who are constituents, or their parents are constituents for many of them. So hopefully they actually talk about things that are realistic and that are actually happening. So please educate them as well, as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said by all of you. Thank you. Any other questions for the team? I have none either. I want to thank you all for the presentation. We understand that we'll be getting the full-blown report as well. That'll go to our staff, commissioners, and we'll get you, in addition to the electronic copy, I think it'll be helpful to have it's almost 150 pages. So I'm going to ask the team to get a bound copy for each of us that we can have as well. So we'll take care of that. And I really appreciate the work in representing us on the task force, the work group, and as my fellow commissioners have said, just keep sort of sharing the good word. We can't control what everybody says and thinks, right? But we can certainly get our message out as effective as we can. And commissioners know that I'm involved with them around how we're communicating this and having leadership meetings, and those are ongoing to make sure that we're shaping the message the way it needs to be shaped. So well done. Thanks all. Much appreciated. If there's no further questions, this is not an action item. So we have nothing else to take up on this. And I thank the team for the presentation. Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chairman. And after you or any of the planning board members receive that and have a question, a comment, myself, Wanda, we are always available to clarify or answer any questions. Thank you and have a good rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. All right, moving on.
Thank you.
Next item for us is the consent agenda. This is item 4D. I'm sorry, yeah, the only item is there's no 4F. So is there anyone who wishes to oppose the staff's recommendation on the consent agenda items, or is there any board member who wishes to discuss any of these items?
After
Seeing none,
consideration,
to approve the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. After consideration of the record for items number 4D, E, and F, I move adoption of the staff findings and approval of the items on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Good eye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. So next item, or next regular agenda, this is our first regular agenda item. We're going to take up item 5. This is preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22042 Advanced Auto Parts. The attorney for the applicant is Tom Haller. And staff report will be given by Eddie Diaz Campbell. And I will turn it over to Mr. Campbell for his staff presentation. Mr. Diaz.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Just doing a sound check first. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, I am Eddie Diaz Campbell, Planner 2 with the subdivision section. Item number 5 on the agenda is the preliminary plan subdivision for Advanced Auto Parts 4-22042. The subject project proposes one parcel for 6,889 square feet of commercial development. The project also includes a proposed variation from section 24-121A3 of the prior subdivision regulations. This preliminary plan is supported by and is subject to petitive adequacy ADQ-2022-029, which is approved on November 29, 2022.
Mr. Diaz Campbell, can you hold on 1 second? I want to ask everybody who isn't speaking to mute their microphones. I'm hearing a little bit of background noise. Thank you. You can continue.
All right. As a matter of housekeeping, there are several items of additional backup for this case, which were received before the noon deadline on December 13. These include exhibits submitted by the applicant in support of their variation request, a staff memo updating our recommendation regarding the variation, an exhibit with the applicant's requested revisions to the recommended conditions of approval, and one letter of opposition from a citizen. Next slide, please. The site is located in the central part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 72 and Council District 5. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Maryland 214 and Norair Avenue. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site is partly in the edge area of the local transit-oriented, or LTOE zone, and is partly in the commercial and general office, or CGO zone. West and south of the site are other properties zoned LTOE. East of the site are other properties zoned CGO. North of the site are properties in the rural residential, or RR zone. Next slide, please. The property zoning notwithstanding, this preliminary plan subdivision was accepted for review under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, which were effective prior to April 1st, 2022, as allowed by section 24-1900 of the subdivision regulations. Under the prior zoning ordinance, this site was in the mixed-use infill or MUI zone. This preliminary plan subdivision was evaluated according to the standards of that zone. Next slide, please. Under both the current and prior zoning, the site is within the Military Installation Overlay, or MIO zone, for height. The project was evaluated for conformance to the prior version of the MIO zone. Next slide, please. Under the prior zoning, the site is also within a Development District Overlay, or DDO zone, associated with the 2010 approved Subregion 4 Master Plan and Sectional Map Amendment. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site is vacant, flat, and has no on-site environmental features. No Type 1 tree conservation plan was required for the site. Next slide, please. The aerial photograph shows that the uses surrounding the property include single-family detached dwellings to the north and northeast, vacant land immediately across Norier Avenue to the east, and a mix of commercial and industrial uses to the south and west. Immediately to the south of the site across Maryland 214 is the Ridgely School Historic Site. In the northwest corner of the image is the Morgan Boulevard Metro Station. Next slide, please. This photo shows another view of the site from an aerial perspective. This slide shows power transmission lines along the site frontage, which are not visible in the prior photo. Next slide, please. Master plan right-of-way map shows that the site has frontage on Maryland 214, an arterial road. The nearest cross street to the west, Morgan Boulevard, is also an arterial road. With this preliminary plan, the required right-of-way will be dedicated to Maryland 214. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan shows one parcel outlined in red. Existing public rights-of-way and the proposed right-of-way dedication are shown in blue. Next slide, please. This slide shows the currently proposed site layout, which will be further evaluated at the time of detailed site plan. The site layout includes a 6,889 square foot retail building, which is shown in yellow, parking, loading, a driveway with 2 right-in, right-out entrances and exits, and stormwater management facilities. At the time of detailed site plan, the site will be evaluated for conformance to the standards of the Development District Overlay Zone associated with the 2010 Subregion 4 Master Plan. These standards include requirements for screening and buffering, building placement, streetscaping, architecture, signage, landscaping, and parking and loading. According to the master plan, these standards are intended to ensure development within this area will become a pedestrian-friendly mixed-use environment. The site layout shown here may change at the time of detailed site plan in order to meet these standards. With this preliminary plan of subdivision application, the applicant submitted a request for a variation from section 24-121A3 of the prior subdivision regulations. This section requires that when lots are proposed on land adjacent to an arterial road, they shall be designed to front on an interior street or service road. No interior streets or service roads are proposed, and the applicant filed a variation from this section to allow the 2 proposed driveways instead, which will directly access the arterial. In evaluating the applicant's request, staff considered the required criteria for approval of a variation given in section 24-113A of the prior subdivision regulations. Staff considered separately whether the criteria would support direct access to Maryland 214 at all, and whether they would support 2 access points to Maryland 214 instead of 1. Staff found that the site would be too small to support an internal street or service road, and that the site had too little frontage on Norier Avenue to support access from that street, as shown by the dotted blue lines on this slide. Staff therefore found that carrying out the strict letter of 24-121A3 and denying all access to Maryland 214 would result in a particular hardship to the property owner, as the property would be undevelopable. In considering whether the criteria support a second driveway access, staff previously found that the applicant had not demonstrated there would be a hardship to the property owner if the second driveway was denied, as discussed in the technical staff report. Staff also found that the proposed driveways may be in conflict with the State Highway Administration access management guidelines. However, based on the additional material submitted by the applicant and included in the additional backup, staff has found that a second access is supportable. This recommendation is discussed in the staff memo, which is also included in the additional backup. The applicant's exhibits demonstrate that the site cannot be readily redesigned to accommodate a site layout which both uses only one driveway and allows enough space for a truck to maneuver within the site without unduly impacting customer parking or adjacent residential properties. Staff recommends approval of the variation request for 2 driveway access points. However, staff also recommends that the applicant provide concurrence from the State Highway Administration for the design and location of the access driveways at least 35 days prior to the planning board hearing for the detailed site plan. Staff would note that the applicant did provide some correspondence from SHA in the additional backup of this case, indicating SHA finds 2 access points acceptable, although specifics of design location were not determined in this correspondence. Next slide, please. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan subdivision 4-22042, advanced auto parts, as well as a variation from section 24-121A3 for 2 points of direct access to Maryland 214, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. The applicant communicated proposed revisions to the conditions of approval recommended in the report, which are included on the record. The purpose of the applicant's revisions is to clarify the timing and necessity of additional information and plans which should be submitted at future points in the development review process to evaluate the proposed driveways, as well as the bicycle and pedestrian improvements. Staff is in agreement with these revised conditions, and we would further note that they incorporate the revisions recommended in the staff memorandum, revising our recommendation of the variation request. The findings in the staff report associated with these conditions will also be edited for the resolution. This concludes staff's presentation.
Pardon me, I was on mute. Thank you, Ms. Diaz-Campbell. Questions for staff? I have one.
I've got one.
Oh, we did. Commissioner Giraldo, take it away.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Diaz-Campbell, can you explain why there has to be 2 driveways?
For that question, I would defer to our transportation planning staff who have done the most analysis on the internal circulation of the site and the access to the arterial roadway.
I'm just kind of concerned with the driveways are going to be going on. Is that Central Avenue 214?
That is Central Avenue, yes.
I'm just thinking in terms of how the circulation is going to go there with the amount of volume of traffic already. But yeah, I'll listen to our transportation person.
Good morning, Chair Shapiro and members of the board. I'm Benjamin Ryan with the Transportation Planning section. In evaluating the variation request, it was determined that with only one site access point, that trucks could not safely maneuver through the site. The applicant has provided additional layouts where they attempted to shift the building to the east or west to try to establish a site circulation pattern where heavy vehicles could adequately enter the site and depart with only one point of access. Staff found that the applicant had demonstrated that with only one point of access, that the heavy vehicles could not safely maneuver within the site, and this was why we approved the variation for the second access point.
So is one driveway going to be designated solely for the delivery trucks, or you're going to have two driveways which could be used by customers and trucks alike?
The site layout allows for two-way entrances on both trucks or standard vehicles at either entrance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? So I do. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, this, I understand that the applicant has the right to apply under the old zoning ordinance. If they were, and we, that's the law. If they were to, would this be allowed under the new zoning ordinance? Would this be allowed in the LTOE zone?
Under the current zoning ordinance, a auto parts store is not a permitted use in the LTOE zone, no.
And why is that?
Why is it not permitted in the LTOE zone?
What's the intent of the zone?
So the intent of the LTOE zone is to provide for a transit-oriented environment in the vicinity of metro stations like the Morgan Boulevard station that is near to the site.
Practically adjacent to the site, right?
Yes, it's about half a mile from the site. Yes.
All right. And also, I understand this is certificate of adequacy, but are there other issues that, and maybe this is Mr. Ryan as well, but related to the master plan of transportation and the direction that we're going, related to the Central Avenue corridor, anything that raises flags there, even, and again, there's some of these issues which we take up here, some issues we would take up a detailed site plan at DSP. But I'm curious if you can educate us a little bit about any ways in which this causes some concerns related to the master plan of transportation. Would that be for Mr. Ryan?
In examining site access along Central Avenue, we found that access to the site and circulation within was acceptable in relation to the proposed use. While this is on a very high traveled roadway, the proposed use does not generate a very high number of customer automobiles, and we found that the access along this would be accommodating and wouldn't disrupt the flow of traffic along 214.
So that feels like it's real. I appreciate that. That feels like you're connecting this to the why you would why would you approve the certificate of adequacy, right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking more about the master plan of transportation and the direction of this corridor and the kind of development and the kind of transportation network that we're looking at along this corridor. And did this development raise any flags for you all related to that?
Not specifically, and that's mainly because of the relatively low trip generation of the proposed use. And additionally, as far as the corridor goes, we've recommended additional bicycle lanes on there, subject to SHA approval. We did not find that the direction of the master plan would have inhibited essentially the applicant's submission in this case.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions for staff?
The only question I have, I'm kind of concerned with these, in this location, given what the vision is for it, having an auto part, and I know it's the old zoning, but I'm thinking about where I see these other auto repair, auto advance or auto zone, and then you have people repairing their cars in the parking lot. And I'm wondering how that's what can be done to prevent that from happening, given what we want to do with this, what the county wants to do with this area and the new zoning code.
Hi, this is Abraham Hillel. May I speak to that?
Let me hold off. Let me hold off on that, Mr. Hill, until we finish with any questions for staff. So Commissioner Giraldo, if you want staff to respond to that.
If they can, yes, please.
Anything from staff that you'd like to chime in around that? And we will get to the applicant shortly.
So the question is how it would prevent people from repairing their cars in the parking lots using the good spot from the auto parts store. Is that correct?
Right. And I raise it because I see it in other situations in the county where, people are changing their batteries or doing what have you. And, with the vision for this area, that doesn't seem to be consistent with that. So I'm wondering whether or not what can be done, maybe not at this level, but perhaps looking ahead in terms of preventing that from happening.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, this is James Hunt with the Development Review Division. As a part of the detailed site plan process, it may be an opportunity at that point for the applicant to be utilized as a consideration, the actual design of the site to where it's more considered of an urban area, which of course this site is within the Beltway. And as it also is adjacent to the metro station, maybe something in which the applicant would be more appeased to go ahead and to develop a site in an urban atmosphere and to take into consideration what the commissioner has stated in this as well as a part of their design of the site at the detailed site plan phase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunt. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for staff. I see a few folks have popped on. Any Director Checkley, anything you want to bring to this, or Ms. Connor?
Yes, I just want us to be realistic concerning the site. It is an auto parts store, and that is what you typically see. It's part of their program. They will change your battery. They will change your wipers. That's what they do. So I don't want anyone to be under the illusion that there's anything short of no parking, which would not allow cars there, that would keep this from happening. It can be part of the site plan restriction, but then it becomes an enforcement issue.
Well, how about if they have, and I don't know where the parking is situated, but maybe parking in the rear. And then if they want to change the batteries or the wipers or what have you. Man, it's just, and I know that the zone, this is what they can do. I'm just envisioning, we want to develop this area, transit-oriented development, and you have this auto store, people walking by and they're repairing their cars. So maybe that's a consideration. I don't know.
That is absolutely could be a consideration, but if you look at the site, where they can put the parking is very, there's not a lot of room in the back of the site, but maybe through design and landscaping, something could be done. You're absolutely correct, but I didn't want anyone to, walk away with the impression that somehow this would not happen here.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I appreciate that. And again, I mean, some of this is what we'll take up at DSP, but I just, consider this we'll hear from Mr. Haller, we'll hear from you, we'll hear from the applicant, but consider this a shot across the bow. I'm very curious to see how you will present this in a way where it can be designed in more of a urban format, given the use and given its location. I understand that you have the right to present this to us, as you have done under the old zone. Clear as day, you have that right. So, and we don't have the authority nor the inclination to take that away from you. It's just also clear as day that this kind of use, if it is in a sort of classically suburban style that these things are built, it's a tough location for that. So unless there are any other questions for staff, Mr. Howell, I'm going to turn it to you, and I'm sure we'll hear from the applicant as well. I would also, as we hear from the applicant, I'd be curious to see if there's been any conversations about other directions to go on this side as well. But let me turn it over to you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and absolutely I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Again, Thomas Haller, I'm attorney with offices in Largo on behalf of the owners of the property in this case, who are also the applicants. You know, I've always said to the planning board, I love what I do because even though every application seems the same, subdivision or detailed site plan, the process is the same. Every site is unique. And this site also has its unique attributes that create, in certain circumstances, create challenges. You know, this property is a relatively small property, and so we work within the constraints of that property. The application that's before you this morning is a preliminary plan of subdivision, and in the world of preliminary plans of subdivision, it is a rather simple case. We have 4 subdivided lots of record that we are consolidating into one lot. I would note that we have been working on this application for well more than a year. In fact, we had the detailed site plan application ready to be accepted before the new ordinance went into effect. But we were told at that point in time that a preliminary plan of subdivision would be required, which, while we didn't agree with that interpretation, we went ahead and pivoted and filed the preliminary plan of subdivision. And I can tell you that the preliminary plan of subdivision has been vetted thoroughly with regard to the access points. We've been required to do turning analyses, weaving studies, et cetera, to make sure that it would operate in a safe and efficient manner. And I also have Mr. Mike Lenhart on our line today, who can also address Commissioner Geraldo's question about the need for the second access point. And really the second access point would be a requirement regardless of what the use was. It really is a relationship to the site constraints and the unique shape of the property, not related to specifically to this use that's before you today. But I do want to note preliminarily, before I get into any of the specific issues that you raised, that you know, while this site is now in the LTOE zone under the new ordinance, it was part of the subregion 4 master plan that evaluated it and looked at its proximity to the metro station. There was a DDOZ that was imposed along this area to require detailed site plan review of all uses, not just this use. And there was a specific use list that was created that determined what uses were appropriate in this area and what uses were not appropriate. An automobile parts and tire store without installation is a permitted use. A automobile parts and tire store with installation is not a permitted use. And so this facility is a automobile parts and tire store, and it is a retail use. And I understand Commissioner Geraldo's question about people doing work on their own in the parking lot. That is an operational issue that we can address at time of detailed site plan. I did talk to one of the members of our development team who used to own an advanced auto franchise store, that is not something that the company promotes and encourages, and we can address that at time of detailed site plan. So I do think that is an operational issue that can be addressed. But having said those things, I do want to note too, and I think this is relevant, the applicant, who is, as I indicated earlier, is also the owner of the property, is the Halal family. And they have owned this property for approximately 15 years. The family has also owned and operated a printing business across Central Avenue called Gray Graphics, which they've operated for over 30 years. They are very familiar with the neighborhood, and they care very deeply about ensuring that the area develops in an appropriate way because they are invested in the neighborhood. And Mr. Halal does not plan to sell the property. He plans to lease the property to Advance Auto. They have been approached many times over the years with other possible uses for the property. And I think it's probably appropriate at this time to ask Mr. Halal to address the planning board and to discuss exactly the issue of what other opportunities have been presented to him over the years. If I could ask him to speak.
Is that my cue?
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
thank you.
Good to meet you.
Likewise. And thank you for giving me the floor and opportunity to be present and speak today. So I'll start by just saying that Tom is spot on when he says that my family's been a part of the community for decades. Actually, we have been in Prince George's County operating our business for about close to 50 years. First in Brentwood, Maryland, but then we eventually moved our operations onto Central Avenue across the street from where this property is. And we've been there since the early 90s. We also own a couple of other properties that are contiguous on Central Avenue. And we acquired those years ago as well. Those properties, we've always been very deliberate and careful with how we've used them and thoughtful in what we've done with them. I think one of the things that Tom mentioned that should be noted, or that I could add to and hopefully make some special note too, is that we have owned this property since, I believe it was 2005. So it's actually closer to 18 years. And in that time, there has never been a single thing put on that property, and that was very deliberate on our part. I've managed the real estate that my family has for the years that we've had it, and I've always said no. We've had numerous offers to buy the property. We've had numerous offers to lease the property from entities that are daycare facilities. We've had a motel approach us, flea markets. 7-Eleven actually was interested. They, I think, wanted to have something with fueling, but fueling, a gas station there is not going to work. It just doesn't make any sense given the residential proximity to residential. And even if it were allowed, which would be shocking to me, I don't think anybody in the surrounding community would appreciate having cars just in and out all day long, fueling their cars and smelling the fumes. We had Burger King approach us. Obviously, that's an issue. You have drive-through with that. And again, another situation where you have idling cars. We've had multi-office development proposal, like suites for people to rent out different suites to operate their businesses within. We did not want to partner on that. We didn't think it was a good use. I don't see how the parking limitations would even accommodate it, given that you have certain setbacks requirements that you have to accommodate. We had a gas station that wanted to go in there with a car wash. And it just was beyond me how even we got approached for this, because I was like, are people not checking the zoning? Regardless, we've always said no. We've had people approach us to use it for stadium parking for the Redskins games. And the one time it happened, somebody cut the lock off the fence that we have there. And I happened to be at the office that day and I saw it and I immediately stopped it. And it's never happened again. It was one time many years ago. And it was not permitted or allowed by us. Somebody took it upon themselves and I guess didn't think we were watching. So even that, when we were approached to do it and, they would run it and we would take X percentage of the money from it, we always said no. And other things that we've done, we fenced that property in quite some time ago. And that was something that is not a requirement, but we did. And that was one to kind of very clearly show where this property lies. And then two, to add some protection from people dumping and making a mess. And we've always maintained that property. It's kept clean, debris free. We cut the grass routinely, clear leaves. We just repaired the fence at the back of the property per the request of some of the neighboring residents. We had the trees that are on our property that overhang some of the properties along the back fence line, cut back the branches. I've cut the vines and poison ivy and everything that anytime the neighbors tell me, hey, can you clean this up? Can you do that? We've always addressed it. Even the curb cut, if you look at the street, then there's like a curb cut of grass and then the sidewalk, then the property. We cut the grass in the curb cut and we pick up the litter along the street all the time, routinely, because we're trying to maintain it, and give it some respect. I mean, I don't think the neighbors want a junky property while they're waiting to find out what's going to happen with it. And that's not how we operate ourselves. I mean, you can see our other properties across the street, and we don't operate that way. You'll see me out there with a trash picker and a bucket doing litter pickup. I do it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to interrupt the speaker, but I am. But could I just have a word here for a second?
Hold on, I was on mute. Mr. Halal, this is our general counsel, so I'll allow him to speak.
Yeah, pardon me, Mr. Halal. Principal Counsel David Warner. All interesting testimony from Mr. Halal, but I just don't want us to get too far down the road in evaluating this application, discussing the issues about Mr. Halal's care for the property and other properties that they've owned and why they haven't developed it in the past. I mean, all that, we're welcome to hear all of that, but it's not relevant to what we're evaluating here. We're evaluating the design of this subdivision, and we're not approving the use for an auto parts store even. We're evaluating this subdivision to see if it will be able to handle whatever use they end up putting to that property. So I just don't want to color our hearing with a lot of information that's really not relevant to your decision making. So I just wanted to step in and make sure we're staying on course. Thanks.
Oh, I appreciate that, Mr. Warner. And in part, Mr. Hall, this is more about me than you because I introduced the subject of my concerns around the use, and it really isn't as relevant to this stage of the approval process. So let me ask you to sort of, and I'll do the same, to sort of bring us back on course and focus on what's before, what the elements that are relevant to the preliminary plan of subdivision.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I did think it was important for everyone to know that we have been a very relevant presence in the community for many, many years. We're not trying to sell the property, and we care what happens with it and what our perception is within the county as well. I also have a relationship with some of the neighbors that are along the back fence line. The three properties are owned by Francis Gilead, Richard Carter, and Alice Mahan. I've met with them recently with Tom Holler to ask for their input. Alice Mahan is the one that organized it. I told her to please invite anyone that she knew that would be interested in attending, and she did do that. And we met at my office, and they were fine and happy with what they heard. I will say that if there were anything else that I could do, given the restrictions, I would love to hear that. But it is a difficult situation to be put in where so many uses are eliminated. And we're trying to do the best we can and provide something that I believe is a value and asset to the community that has minimal use and will not be a disruptance or a nuisance given the strict guidelines that we're having to follow. And we have been in this development process now for several years. This is not something we just said, hey, one day let's go with this and do it. And we've been very thoughtful and deliberate in our planning and execution of this.
Thanks, I'll appreciate it.
That's it. I appreciate everyone's giving me time to speak, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Much appreciated. Mr. Howell, back to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And if we need to bring him back, he's obviously happy to answer any questions that the board might have. But with regard to this specific application, as I said, in the overall scheme of things, it's just relatively simple. The biggest issue, the one issue that we've worked very hard with staff on, is the access question. So the property does have frontage on Nora Avenue, as you can see on the screen. However, due to previous state highway takings, the amount of frontage that we have is not sufficient to allow us to safely access the property from that side road, which forces us then to only be able to access the property from Central Avenue. And as transportation staff noted, we have evaluated the number of access points. When we submitted the plan, staff looked at it and indicated that, well, we understand that there are 2 access points that are necessary to support this design, but not necessarily a redesign. And so we looked at several design options and we're able to demonstrate that it doesn't matter how the building is situated on the property. In order for a trash truck, a fire truck to be able to maneuver without forcing it to back up around the property and potentially back up into Central Avenue, it just can't operate. So that's the reason why we proposed 2 points of access. That's the reason why staff supported 2 points of access. And that's the reason why State Highway Administration has supported 2 points of access. Now, the exact design of those, whether or not one of them could be designated as an exit only, or maybe somehow restrict use by customers, that can be discussed at the time of detailed site plan. But the need for 2 access points, I think, is something that staff, both at your staff and State Highway Administration, understand and agree with. I would also note that there is a median in Central Avenue. All traffic is right in, right out. It will not be, nobody will be turning left across traffic. And there was also, staff asked us to even look at making sure that it was safe for vehicles to exit this property and go down and be able to go to the next left turn lane further to the west safely. So all traffic movements, traffic volumes, the number of access points have been fully evaluated and determined to be adequate. And as Mr. Diaz-Campbell mentioned to you, we really are in a position now where we have with revised conditions, we are in agreement with staff and have no other issues related to the subdivision. I do want to note, though, in anticipation of moving forward with a detailed site plan, that this site is in a development district overlay zone, and there are standards that will need to be evaluated at the time of the detailed site plan. This particular development district overlay zone does ask for the buildings to be pulled closer to the street. This building would be the closest building to the street of any building along Central Avenue. There hasn't been a whole lot of new construction along Central Avenue in this area over the last few years, but this new development would provide an opportunity to improve the streetscape. In evaluating the conformance of our proposed plan with the streetscape, the one thing that we note is that the streetscape envisioned by the sector plan does not match the existing built condition. We have proposed widening sidewalks, adding landscaping, adding knee walls to screen the parking, and doing various other things to improve the streetscape, to make it a safer streetscape. And we welcome your staff's input, State Highway Administration's input, and the community's input to create a streetscape that works well, works better, works safely. But what we do will be an improvement to what's there as compared to the existing condition. So we fully anticipate having all those issues reviewed at the time of detailed site plan, and view this as an opportunity with your input to create a better plan and a better layout than, or a better situation than what's there today.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Mr. Haller, Mr. Halal, others? No questions. I have no further questions either. And to your point, the stage that we're at, you certainly have addressed my concerns. And again, I appreciate you stepping a little bit ahead and talking about what, if this were to be approved, what you imagine would be before us and how you're going to bring sort of a more thoughtful design to this at detailed site plan. So I appreciate that. But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is a public hearing. And we actually have, I think we have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Borowski. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak for this? So Mr. Borowski, the floor is yours. You'll have 3 minutes, and then we can put up a clock so you can see the time if it's helpful for you. But you can identify yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, before my time starts running, I just want to point out we do have 2 more neighbors to speak at this hearing, Ms. Colleen and Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara backs up to the property. They have registered to speak, but the registration process is fairly complex and requires some computer capabilities that I will touch in my remarks because I had problem registering myself. So I just want to point out we do have two more people who came to speak, to be honest, and they're online right now. I can see them.
But I want to direct this to staff. Do we have them on our list as folks who signed up to speak in the right time? Yes? Okay, all right. So that is Barbara Walder and Mary Walder. Is that who we have?
Barbara Walder and Colleen.
Borowski.
Yes, Colleen Borowski.
And Mary Walder as well.
And Mary.
So we have 4 folks signed up to speak. Okay, all right. I'll go through my list in my order. So Mr. Borowski, the floor is yours, and you have 3 minutes, and take it away.
Thank you, Chairman. I am going to waste some of my minutes by demonstrating a photograph I have taken 3 days ago of what the property of Mr. Halal looks like. This fence has been broken for so many months. It's on Google Street View, and its litter was litter. So I just want to be clear that characterizations are not there. Also, I want to point out the remarks Mr. Halal made that he spoke with Alice, who is very welcome of the development. Miss Alice, who operates 2 senior living facilities out of 2 residential homes, does not live here. I have not had a chance to meet her in person. And I also do not believe Mr. Halal actually lives here and walks, like I do, and the people who sign up to speak, to the metro past this property and are going to be threatened by additional traffic there, or drive to the grocery store to also get the groceries and going to be impacted by the traffic. But I'm sorry, I'm so passionate about this. I also want to thank Mr. Gerardo and you, Chairman Shapiro, for getting to the bottom of the issues, the traffic. I did not hear staff response to address how the traffic is going to be managed. Again, it's in my remarks. Also, Mr. Geraldo and Ms. Checkley touched upon something very important. Out-of-zone advanced parts, a business model advertises on their website that they welcome light repairs on their site. They loan tools, they do diagnostics, and I myself have been a beneficiary of that program a number of times with my vehicles and changed my own battery and light bulbs and stuff, and I did not throw them away, but I'm sure some people would into someone's backyard. But I'm very passionate about this. In preparing to come here today, I talked to many, many neighbors across the neighborhood, a neighborhood of nearly 200 homes that are united by one common single exit from our street, from Norea onto Central Avenue. And the responses that I've heard ranged from, I don't know about that, to heck no. Most people saying we don't really need one more car part store when we already have 20 car part stores in a 5-mile radius. You may ask, where are those folks? Well, 3 are going to speak. The other folks, I think, are still trying to figure out where the start button on Windows 10 computer is, because out of the senior 15%, 30% seniors we have in District 5, I believe 12% live just on our street alone, because everyone I spoke with was over 65, and I had difficulty signing up for this hearing being half their age. So I want to speak on behalf of those who live here and on the call, and also want to speak on behalf of those who walk and bicycle past this property plot, and also those who drive and make U-turns in that intersection. There are 2 issues with the specific business model that is being proposed that I think Mr. Gerardo got to the very bottom of it, that it's a car-focused business. And that also the issue that the analysis does not seem to address the staff analysis, how the master plan policy 7 and policy 10 is going to be tackled, and that also how the traffic is going to coexist, not just on Central Avenue in general, but specifically our intersection. I think we already started unpacking the fact that it is a transit-oriented development. I think, you, Chairman, it really warmed my heart to see that our planners do have vision for the future for the neighborhood, and that vision coincides with the vision of our neighbors. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to development. I would very much welcome the development so that that broken fence that there would be fixed by the business owner, not by the owner who doesn't go there to fix it. And we do need to see development in the neighborhood, but the car part store is not really context sensitive, I think is the technical term used under MPOT, Master Plan Transportation.
Mr. Borowski, your time is up. Let me give you, I know that you had a preamble to it, so let me give you another 30 seconds, okay? But please be mindful of that time limit.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I forgot I'm not an applicant. I don't have limited time. Thank you. Bottom line, we have an intersection. Right now, that's a problem. I have collected 3 years worth of dash cam footage in my car, how that is a dangerous intersection where people make U-turn to come on our street, and the SHA opposes a traffic light there. We cannot safely get to our home already as it is right now, and I've been fighting that battle for 3 years. With this car parts store, that's no one's going to come to Metro by car parts store. Everyone's going to take a car to a car parts store, so no one's going to be using the transit-oriented development. And as a bicyclist who walks past there, who gets to the Metro, it's going to be dangerous. If they keep saying they want to be a bankrupt company and not have a lot of traffic like they say in the report, well, how does the light traffic combines with the idea that this is a car parts store? There will be traffic. Otherwise, they're going to go bankrupt. And all that traffic is going to be dumped on that little median divider on the Central Avenue, that is the only way in and out of our neighborhood. And on top of it, the policy 7 to reduce amount of fresh, to increase the amount of fresh air, and policy 10 to do transit oriented. None of that is on the report. Sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Brodsky. Hold your thought, and thank you very much for your comments. So let me turn to the next speaker. We have Colleen Borowski. Are you on the line?
Chair Shapiro, can I just ask one question real quick?
Sure.
Everyone. So Mr. Borowski, I mean, you're passionate about walking and biking in the area, which I can see, and you've come before us before to express similar concerns. So I appreciate that. What I did want to ask though is, have you talked with the applicant or the attorney about ways that you can make it safer? So if they do get to in out driveways there, like ways that they can raise visibility to pedestrians who are using the sidewalks there, if those aren't already in there, because I didn't notice that in the staff report when I was reading, and that was something that I was kind of focused on. I want to ask later, and I don't know if you've already had conversations about that.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have been in touch in my remarks, but I ran over them. I was in touch with the staff to ask about the transportation specifics and did not get a clear answer other than down the road we'll kick the can and look at the specific site plan. But again, it doesn't fit into the current situation. And then I did speak with the lawyer of the applicant here, and also we did not really have any idea of how to improve it with the current situation. There is a potential pedestrian pathway that can be built on the back of Hillview Road that could connect Dunbar through that. But again, that's outside of the scope of this discussion. Presently, I have been in touch with staff and the lawyer, and none of them were able to provide any supporting evidence as to how it will alleviate the problem that is going to be created.
Okay, so I'll just tee that up for Mr. Haller and for Mr. Diaz-Campbell afterwards to address pedestrian safety. Because I think that's, if we're going to give you another extra driveway, you have to talk about how pedestrian safety is going to be a little bit better in a transit-oriented area. So I'll tee that up for them for later, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, thank you, Mr. Borowski. And now we have Colleen Borowski. Are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Hello.
Okay, if you could identify name and address to the record.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colleen Borowski. Thank you for the chance to speak on this. As a resident of Hillview Road, I just wanted to express how much I don't think that Advanced Auto Parts is the right business for this corner. There are literally 18 other car parts stores within 5 miles, including another Advanced Auto Parts store 2.5 miles up the road. We just don't need this here, and it's already nearly impossible to pull out of nowhere onto Central, which has been mentioned is the only exit point for about 200 homes in our little enclave here. So this is going to make it a nightmare just to try to leave our houses. So I would ask, if you're going to put a business there, could you at least make it one that we really need, something like a grocery store or somewhere that sells healthy food that could compete with the 30 fast food chains on this stretch of Central? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. I appreciate that. Next, we have Barbara Walder.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My backyard actually faces or is a butt to Central Avenue, and we have lived here since 1978 when there were just 2 lanes coming on Central Avenue. And so we've seen a vast amount of development over the years, and traffic has always been an issue recently. And we're doing our best to try to weather through it, but this has included a huge amount of accidents, the stadium, metro, street racing in a neighborhood that has been quite peaceful and somewhat safe. We've already addressed the number of auto parts stores that are in the neighborhood, but my main concern is that we had fought to at least get a traffic light to get out of our community, and it was unsuccessful. And I feel our safety has been at risk. They installed a no U-turn sign, which was quite helpful, but was later removed. And we already endure a huge amount of traffic coming from Upper Marlboro, as Central Avenue is a central thoroughfare to get to DC, to Southeast DC down that way. And so our fear is that it would only get worse, and construction and congestion and noise factor. I enjoy my backyard now. I'm just concerned. And my mother is 98 and she enjoys going in her backyard. And I just fear that there will be a safety factor if people, like we've said before, are working on their cars. So that's, we have a peaceful existence here, and I just would like for it to continue. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Walder. I appreciate your time and your words. We finally have Mary Walder.
She's actually my mother. I'm speaking on behalf of for her too.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Walder. I appreciate that. And thank your mother as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the folks who've testified? Okay, thank you all very much. So let me bring it back to the applicant for the final word, though Commissioner Dorner did have specific questions related to pedestrian safety, and maybe before we hear from the applicant, we could hear from Mr. Ryan or Mr. Diaz-Campbell so we can get the staff perspective on this, and then we'll give the applicant the last word.
Yes, so there is an existing sidewalk network along the property's frontage, and as Mr. Haller indicated, at later stages of development, that is planned to be widened as well. And as I had previously noted, we are recommending a bicycle lane along the frontage. And in our analysis, we have determined that site access safe access to the site has been demonstrated by the applicant. I certainly understand Mr. Borowski's concerns. We've evaluated nearby intersections to see how they currently operate and how the proposed use would impact that. And we did find safety along the frontage to be adequate.
Mr. Ryan, let me ask you a little bit differently. So I understand your answers about off-site access and off-site safety. Sometimes we look at on-site access. Like we've done this for car washes before in the past, where like the exit coming out of a car wash for a convenience station that's a combo of convenience station and car wash. It has enough pedestrian safety access with like blinking lights or different things. So when people are walking in front of a car wash, they don't get hit. And I'm not focusing on the use necessarily about whether or not it's Advance Auto Parts or whoever is there. But I've had similar uses that are non-conforming in transit-oriented areas, literally across the street from where I live, where I can't walk across the sidewalk safely because cars come out and they either block the intersection or they come out really fast and trying to pull onto a major roadway. So what I'm concerned about is not entirely. I am concerned with off-site safety, but I'm concerned with how do we encourage the on-site safety as well, either with like some kind of improvement in the entrances. Because if we're given another access point, then that's another place somebody can get hit. And I want to make sure that the concerns are being met and heard, that how are we going to make it safe or more increase the visibility of pedestrians as they're crossing over there, for people not only coming onto the site, but also who are existing on the site pointing out that they're not ignoring the pedestrians that might be there. Because I've been the one in that situation where I prefer walking and biking and everything I can do instead of getting in my car. And I don't appreciate transit-oriented areas that have car-centric developments that don't then have some level of care for the people who are walking across there. I don't mind necessarily if we have an automobile-focused business, but they also, if they're going to be bringing a lot of cars in that area, need to be careful that they're not going to be putting others in jeopardy. And I say this because this is a growing issue in the area. Like we've had, this is a tangent, but we've had more diplomats who work for the U.S. Department of State die in the D.C. area than they've died abroad in the past year. So to me, like when I hear concerns about pedestrian safety and getting hit, I don't take them lightly because I don't think they should be. And I think as us leading the change in the region, we need to really make sure that we're focused on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dornan. That's a great point. Mr. Borowski made that same point to me when I spoke to him the other day. I'm going to ask Mike Lenhart, who's our traffic consultant, to weigh in here because we have discussed some steps that we can take to improve pedestrian safety, and he can discuss how this will be addressed as we go forward in the detailed site plan process.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Lenhart with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. We've worked closely with the applicant and with State Highway Administration in the layout of the access points. The initial concept design included intersection curb radius that kind of created a large vehicular crossing, if you will, at that location, and it increased the amount of exposure that pedestrians have trying to cross the driveway. And working with State Highway, we are now proposing depressed curb entrances, which is consistent with what I would say 95% of the other driveways, the commercial driveways along Route 214 are depressed curb entrances that reduces the amount of exposure that pedestrians have trying to cross the driveway. I would reiterate Mr. Ryan's comments earlier. This use is a low traffic generator for a commercial use. Many of the uses that the applicant referred to, that those potential users that had asked him about acquiring the property, fast food, gas stations, other commercial pad sites like that would generate significantly more trips. This would generate 17 trips in the morning peak hour, 34 trips in the evening peak hour. That's combined in and out traffic. So of the 34 in the evening, you've got about 16 in and 18 out, which equates to approximately one vehicle entering and exiting about every 4 minutes. Again, low generator. Commissioner Dorner's comments are well accepted and acknowledged. I know exactly what you're speaking of. In this case, I don't believe we'll have those types of considerations with the low trip generation, with the depressed curb entrances. And so, I believe that we are able to address those concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Lenhart. Commissioner Dorner, is that enough for you here? We're giving the applicant the last word. I just want to make sure before he sums up that you've had your questions addressed.
Yeah, I think the trip generation numbers are helpful. What I was thinking about is, and not just specifically for this site, but when we're near metro-oriented developments or we're near kind of high transit areas that have multimodal uses, is there a low-cost way that we could figure out some method for raising the visibility of people as you're coming off of a site and onto like the street and going there? And I don't, Mr. Leonard, I know you've done a lot of these developments in the region, so I'm wondering if I can sort of lean on your shoulder in terms of thinking, right at like the driveway, could we put like a sign or something that would say, hey, watch out for pedestrians? Or maybe like right as you're like about to go over the sidewalk, have some sort of a paint of like a person crossing or some sort of a color that would draw sort of visibility to the area that you're about to transverse. Is there something that you've seen that could be useful for not just this site, but for everywhere, as we're starting to get more development right next to the metros, and we're thinking about just ways of visibly raising awareness of what environment you're moving to and into?
Certainly, those are good questions. At the time of preliminary plan, they are good questions to raise. I think at the time of detailed site plan, those are things that we can look at much closer. I would say that the front of the building is, the entrance and exit for people, anybody that's going to be driving in, parking, walking in the building, or walking to the site on the east side of the building, which would be the more visible side in terms of the traffic that's driving westbound along Route 214. And so we can make sure that we have sidewalk tie-ins that are, plenty of sight distance. And if we need to have stop bars or stop signs for the vehicles exiting the site so that they are located such that, they stop the vehicle before they get to the sidewalk. Those types of things are things that we could look at the detailed site plan.
Okay, I think that'd be helpful, because I'll note that in the letter that Mr. Haller wrote to Mr. Diaz-Campbell, when he was discussing a couple of different alternatives to the sites and the design, like one of the things he was saying is that he didn't want to get rid of a lot of the parking that's right in front of the building. An alternative would just bring the entire frontage up to the street. And then you don't have cars going across right there. That would be a more modern design to do it. So that might be something that you look at. I know there was something that sort of in the back and forth over the last week or so. It didn't seem like it was possible. But if you don't do that and you don't sort of eliminate the cars from right there and increase the pedestrian safety that way, then I'd be looking for suggestions from you, like you've just mentioned, or just other ideas that you might think are kind of best practices.
Certainly.
Pretty good in the DSP.
So no further questions on this. Mr. Haller, I'll turn it back over to you for your summation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have anything to add. I just wanted to note that we, as with all of these types of cases, we welcome the input from the commissioners and from the community. There have been some great ideas that we can work to implement into our detailed site plan, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that at the next stage of the project's approval process. Thank you.
Chair Shapiro?
Yes, Mr. Warner.
David Warner, Principal Counsel. I wanted to clarify just two things that I think are helpful, both for those that have provided testimony today and for the issues that Mr. Dorner's talked about, Mr. Giraldo, regarding safety on site. One, I know the Borowskis and others talked about the impacts of this development on offsite facilities, such as the intersection close by, and have asked the question as to, where is that talked about? Well, in the subdivision process, the adequacy of those intersections to handle the traffic proposed from this site is reviewed and approved through a certificate of adequacy process that has already been done. And that's why you don't see a discussion of that particular issue in the staff report. But there is reference to the certificate of adequacy in that staff report, and they get more information on that from our staff if they want it. And two, I would just add to Mr. Dorner's comment that it's not a question of whether the applicant may want to look at issues involving safety at these two entrance points. They, in fact, are required in a detailed site plan approval to address all safety involving circulation of cars in any parking lot, and that includes pedestrian and vehicular safety. So those issues have to be met by them if they're going to get a detailed site plan approval. So I just wanted to note that for our team, as well as those that are joining us from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. I appreciate that. Nothing else, Mr. Haller, from you? The hearings. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The hearing is closed. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this preliminary plan of subdivision?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff to include the revised findings as outlined or as detailed in Staff Exhibit 1 and approve preliminary plan 4-22042 and variation from section 24-121A3, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by staff exhibit number 1 as well as applicant exhibit number 1. With one notation, applicant exhibit 1, and if Mr. Diaz-Campbell would clarify, staff exhibit number 1, I think you put a language in there to address the condition number 4 revision by applicant's exhibit number 1. Hope you followed me, Mr. Diaz.
Yes, Commissioner Washington. So the staff memo only recommended 2 revisions, which were intended to revise our recommendation for the variation. There are 2 conditions that specified 1 access point, and that was changed to 2 access points. So the exhibit number 1 submitted by the applicant includes those changes as well as additional changes to the conditions that staff believed were acceptable.
Right, but my question is with regards to condition number 4, the one outlined in staff exhibit 1 is the prevailing condition number 4, because the applicant also did a revision to condition 4.
The one in the applicant's exhibit is the prevailing condition 4.
Okay, then the motion stands as made, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second that motion, and I just encourage the developer, Mr. Haller, when you do the design plan, that you take into consideration, especially all of the comments of the homeowners around, as well as of the commissioners' concerns with regards to the safety and the appearance and the like. But I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any further, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all very much for your time. I think you've heard us loud and clear, and we look forward to a robust conversation between now and detailed site plan with folks in the community, and to have some of our concerns addressed, even if they weren't related to the Plain subdivision. I'm sure we will hear from you about these issues when we get to detailed site plan. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, and we will be meeting to discuss those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, it is 12:20. We've been going for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Do we need a break for about 10, 15 minutes? Yes. Okay. So why don't we, a short break is okay, or do we need a longer lunch break? Okay. So it's 12:22. Why don't we come back at 12:35?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are back from a brief recess. And before us is item 10 on our agenda, regular agenda, item number 10. This is specific design plan STP-1603-03 National Capital Business Park, parcel 11. We have Mr. Antonetti, who is the attorney for the applicants. We have Ms. Butler, who will be giving us the staff report. And I believe we have some folks. We have Ms. Fota, who signed up to speak as well, with the law office of Mason Nelson. But let's begin with the staff report, and then we'll work ourselves through the process. Take it away, Ms. Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am Tiara Butler with the Urban Design section. The project before you is item number 10, specific design plan SDP-1603-03 for National Capital Business Park, parcel 11, which is a specific design plan developed for the development of 301,392 square foot warehouse and distribution building, including 58,968 square feet of office space. Next slide, please. This site is located in Prince George's County Planning Area 74A in Council District 4, as identified in the green color area on the map. Next slide, please. This site is located on the north side of Leland Road, approximately 3,000 feet west of the intersection of US 301, Robert Crane Highway. The site boundary is shown on the vicinity map outlined in red. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned Legacy Comprehensive Design LCD under the current zoning ordinance as shown in the tan color on the zoning map shown on the left side of the screen. The subject property is zoned residential suburban R-S under the prior zoning ordinance as shown in the yellow color on the zoning map on the right side of your screen. Next slide, please. This aerial photo shows the existing conditions of the property, which shows the site is currently vacant and wooded. Next slide, please. This site contains slopes as shown with the red contour lines on the map. Next slide, please. The proposed 301,392 square foot warehouse and distribution building will be 41 feet 2 inches tall and will have access along Queens Court, and there will be 303 parking spaces, 20 bike spaces, 62 loading docks, and 133 loading spaces. Next slide, please. This slide shows the location of parcel 11 within the larger, I'm sorry, go back once, I'm sorry, go back one slide. Okay. This slide shows the location of parcel 11 within the larger National Capital Business Park development. Next slide, please. And next slide, because that slide should have been deleted. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay, so sorry about that. That one, I'm sorry, that might be out of order. But anyway, so I'll just kind of go over that again. This slide shows the proposed 301,392 square foot warehouse and distribution building, which will be 41 feet 2 inches. And they will have access along Queens Court with 303 parking spaces, 20 bike spaces, 62 loading decks, and then 133 loading spaces. And this is just like a larger of the previous slide. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide shows the architectural elevations. The proposed warehouse and distribution building will be 41 feet 2 inches tall. The building materials will include concrete panels, hollow metal doors, and tempered safety glass, and then also a combination of white and various shades of gray. And there will be a solar panel array along the portion of the building's roof. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the signage plan. There will be a 10-foot wide by 3.5 foot high monument sign at the entrance to the site, and each tenant will have one building mounted sign. And if there is a tenant that has an entrance along two sides of the building, then the tenant will have a sign along each side of the building. Next slide, please. This slide shows the landscape plan, which demonstrates conformance with the requirements of the landscape manual. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the type 2 tree conservation plan. Next slide, please. And with that, urban design staff recommends that planning board adopt the findings of this report and approve specific design plan SDP-1603-03 and type 2 tree conservation plan TCP2-026-2021-06 for National Capital Business Park, parcel 11, subject to the conditions found on page 23, 24, and 25 of the staff report. And included in the additional backup is a staff supplemental memo, which includes revisions to the findings and conditions of the staff report, and a subdivision section referral memo for this application. And additionally, staff proposes to revise the staff report with the technical corrections to the TCP2 acreage to be consistent with the plan and the correct TCP2 case number, which will be incorporated into the resolution. And this will conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Commissioners, are there questions for Ms. Butler or other members of the staff team?
If I missed it, Ms. Butler, could you please articulate your concurrence or not with applicant exhibit number 1? If I missed it, I apologize.
Yes, the staff is in full agreement with the applicant's proposed revised conditions.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Seeing none, we will turn to the applicant, Mr. Antonetti. Floor is yours. You can introduce any members of your team you feel are appropriate and take it away.
Oh, good. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Robert Antonetti with the law firm of Shipley and Horn. Today with us is my partner, Arthur Horn, as well as our senior land planner, Mr. John Ferrante. And we are pleased to represent the applicant in this case, NCDD Property LLC, the developer of parcel 11. With us here today on our team, we have Mr. Cole Schnorf, representative of the applicant. We have Ms. Emily Dean, Kimley Horn, civil engineer, Mr. Chris Rizzi and Joe DeMarco, also civil engineer teammates from Bowler. We have Mr. Mike Lenhart from Lenhart Traffic Consulting, Ms. Aubrey Freely from ARCO, design build consultant for the project, and we have Ms. Kelly Hadoya from Pivot Energy with us as well. I'd like to thank Ms. Butler for her staff report and working with the applicant during the review of this application. It's very much appreciated and helps us get to where we are today before the board with a relatively thorough presentation of the development, or at least this portion of the overall National Capital Business Park development. As you're aware, the National Capital Business Park is a state-of-the-art employment center adjoining the existing Collington Center. Both the National Capital Business Park and the Collington Center are zoned LCD, and they both make up the land that composes the Collington Local Employment Area pursuant to the approved 2022 Bowie, Mitchellville, and Vicinity Master Plan. This employment area calls for an expansion of employment uses to allow the area as a whole to develop as a regional transportation, logistics, and warehousing hub. This application is for a general warehouse structure. It is 301,392 square feet. The office square footage really is kind of a maximum number, which is incidental and accessory to all warehouse uses. This building could be utilized by a single user. It also is designed to go up to 6 50,000 square foot approximate users with their own entrances. Interest in the site and in this parcel remains very high. However, as in most deals dealing with development of employment areas, timing is important. So we appreciate the staff's thorough and efficient review of this project and the planning board hearing this case today, as we look to be able to deliver this site plan and move on to the next steps in the entitlement process to hopefully deliver this building for 1 or up to 6 users in the near future. The proposed general warehouse use is consistent with the trip cap approved in the preliminary plan of subdivision applicable to the site. The development is authorized in the LCD zone. Again, this entire project is zoned LCD, as is the adjacent Collington Center. The application does meet all the approved design guidelines in CDP 050502. That's set forth in applicant's statement of justification, page 9 through 14 in your backup. The application also satisfies all criteria of approval for a tree conservation plan in the Woodland Conservation Ordinance. As stated previously in past presentations, this site is unique in the sense that it has a significant wooded buffer and protected areas around it that will help kind of create a green envelope around the development, while the employment use side of the project will be oriented towards its neighbor, which is the existing Collington Center, which you see on the aerial view in front of you. Just again, for the record, this project is going to preserve approximately 85 acres in preservation that's counted as preservation. There'll be approximately 16 acres in reforestation, and there will be additional 81 acres in preserved woodland area, but that's not counted based on its location and slopes or within the 100-year floodplain, et cetera. In aggregate, this equals 183 acres of preservation area, which equates to roughly 41% of the entire site being in a wooded condition. So that, again, sets this site apart, I think, from other large development areas, given the great amount of preservation and green area that's going to be part of this overall project, and really make it a unique and attractive space for all. We do concur with the staff recommendations as modified by the staff's revised findings in the backup, as well as further modified by the applicant's Exhibit 1 with some condition modifications and corrections, which you heard the staff is in agreement with. With these condition changes and other modifications, we respectfully request your approval of this application. Our team is here to answer any questions that you may have. We do reserve a few moments, if necessary, for any rebuttal after all parties of record who've signed up to speak do so today. And with that, we do thank you for your consideration of this request, and we respectfully urge your support of this specific design plan application. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I have a question, yes.
Yes, Commissioner Giraldo.
I was wondering, Mr. Antonetti, any consideration And I don't know, I didn't see it in the application to putting in some charging stations.
I will turn over Commissioner Geraldo to Mr. Schnorf, who's representative of the applicant in terms of how they foresee that as part of a potential user development. So if I could defer to him for a second to answer that question.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Cole Schnorf, the developer for the property and representing NCPP Property LLC. As with the hearing we had for Lot 12 a couple weeks ago, on all these buildings, we're planning on putting in some of the infrastructure for charging stations, but not the charging stations themselves, because these are all speculative buildings. We're going to put underground conduit in from the electric room in the building out to the parking area and to the truck loading area, but not run any actual wiring or put any charging stations in until we lease the property and understand what the needs of the tenant would be. And then place the number and locations of the charging stations based on the needs of the tenant. But we're trying to make preparations for it so we don't have to cut through the asphalt and the sidewalks and things like that to put it in later. Or at
So
least minimize that.
you're putting in the infrastructure so they could be installed later. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to maintain flexibility, but put in the infrastructure as much as we can ahead of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's turn to speakers for this. I believe we have only one speaker for this. That's Ms. Votaw with the law offices of Macy Nelson. Ms. Votaw, a couple things. First of all, if you could tell us who you're representing for this.
Yes, absolutely.
So give me a sense of how much time you think you will need.
Absolutely. Can you hear me all right? I want to check that first.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So today I'm representing Ray and Kathy Crawford. They reside at 1340 Crane Highway, Upper Marlboro, Maryland, and they oppose this application. I'm going to request 15 minutes, but I believe I can finish within 10, if that's all right with the chairman.
That's fine. Take it away. And we'll put
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
We'll put the time up for 15 minutes, just so that we both can monitor it.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Alex Votaw, and my clients oppose this application. The first two reasons my clients oppose this application are arguments that we have brought before the Planning Board previously, that industrial uses should not be allowed on the subject property because they're based on an illegal text amendment, CB 22/2020. And we also assert that the proposed use is not a general warehouse and instead is a high cube warehouse, which citizen protestants assert is not permitted on the subject property. We recognize that the Planning Board has previously ruled that these issues are not relevant. While we respectfully disagree, I think I'll leave it at that unless the Planning Board has any further questions, and I'll move on to the next issues.
Thank you.
So, absolutely. Our first more fact-based issue is with the trip generation cap issue. As the Planning Board is well aware, CDP 050502 imposed a trip generation cap for this property, and citizen protestants assert that there is not adequate evidence in the record to demonstrate that this use, in combination with the other previously approved uses, would be within that trip generation cap. There's no evidence calculating the potential trip generation for this use in the record, and there's also no evidence that sums the potential trip generation use for this use in addition to the previously approved applications. And for that reason, citizen protestants assert that the Planning Board should either deny this application or perhaps postpone its decision until the applicant has provided the Planning Board with that type of information so that the Planning Board and technical staff can adequately determine compliance with this condition. Our next issue is with the landscape manual conformance. Technical staff on page 21 identified all of the applicable sections of the landscape manual, and most relevant here is section 4.2 and 4.7 from the perspective of citizen protestants. 4.2 requires landscape strips along streets for non-residential uses and parking lots, which is what is proposed here. And if staff could please pull up slide 11, if that would not be too difficult. Thank you. So as the planning board can see along the right side of this image, there's a very narrow buffer between this proposed use and Queens Court. I'm honestly, I'm not sure from this drawing if there even is a landscaping buffer, and citizen protestants assert that there should be additional buffering or landscaping between Queens Court and this proposed use. Another relevant portion of the landscaping manual is section 4.7, which requires buffering between incompatible uses. If staff could please turn to slide 12. Thank you so much. So as the planning board can see, the southern portion of this proposed development faces or runs parallel to Leland Road, which I'm sure the planning board is well aware is a scenic road and has residential uses along it. Citizen protestants assert that there's not adequate screening between this proposed use and those residential uses along Leland Road. If planning staff could please pull up page 55 of the additional backup. Thank you, I appreciate the pushing. Yeah, page 55.
Let me ask for everybody who's not speaking to mute. Commissioner Giraldo, maybe you. I'm not sure.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So this image, and if you could scroll down to the next image on the next slide, or on the next page, I suppose is a more appropriate term. Yes, perfect. So these images demonstrate that when you're along Leland Road, there's not adequate buffering as it exists right now, and anyone who's on that road or resides on that road can see clear across this entire property and will be able to easily see this proposed development. And for that reason, citizen protestants respectfully request that the planning board require additional screening along Queens Court Road on the southern portion of this proposed development so that those who reside along Leland Road will not be detrimentally impacted by this proposed development. Our last two issues relate to the TCP2 application. The first issue we have is that according to condition 4 in the technical staff report, neither the technical staff nor the planning board has received the erosion and sediment control technical plan. And as the environmental technical manual makes clear, the limits of disturbance proposed in the TCP2 must conform to that which is demonstrated on the erosion and sediment control technical plan. So citizen protestants assert that there's no evidence in the record at this moment that would allow the planning board or technical staff to make a determination that the TCP2 application is adequate at this time. For that reason, citizen protestants again respectfully request that either this application be denied or that the planning board postpone its decision until the applicant has provided it with that information. And I do want to note that this is a consistent issue with the development on this subject property. For example, in SCP 160302, the same condition was imposed on approval of that TCP2 because in that instance, the planning board had also not received the technical plan to make that determination. And so citizen protestants strongly believe that TCP2 conformance with the erosion and sediment technical control plan should be a priority of the planning board and be required before it approves this application. And our last issue is that citizen protestants assert that the applicant has not adequately exhausted its on-site preservation methods before it has been approved for off-site preservation of woodlands. If staff could again pull up slide 11, I apologize for making you jump all over the place. Perfect, thank you. So as the planning board can clearly see this use is dominated by a large warehouse, large amount of parking spaces, and a large amount of loading spaces. But the Transportation Planning Division on page 76 of the additional backup, or of the backup, makes clear that there are more parking spaces and more loading spaces than are required by the zoning ordinance. Citizen protestants assert that the applicant has not demonstrated why it could not reduce the number of parking spaces or the number of loading spaces so that it could more adequately preserve or restore woodland on site instead of being required to do off-site preservation. For example, on this slide, the back row of parking spaces that abut the vegetated area, why could those not be removed to allow for additional areas for on-site preservation or conservation? Those are just some of the issues that we have with the TCP2. And for all of these reasons, citizen protestants respectfully request that the planning board either deny this application or postpone its decision until the applicant has provided additional information related to trip generation rates, the erosion and sediment control plan, and potentially any revisions to landscaping and buffering on the property. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate staff working with me on the different images. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Votaw, for the clear testimony and for being mindful of the time as well. So we'll turn to the applicant. Well, actually, before that, Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Votaw before we hear from the applicant and also perhaps staff as well? Okay, thank you, Ms. So let's hear from the applicant. Two things. One is, Ms. Butler, you may have some thoughts about this as well after the applicant goes, and also Mr. Warner, if you can be mindful of keeping us in our lane. I think Ms. Votaw did a pretty good job of that as well. But if there's anything that you note that is out of the scope of what's before us with this SDP, don't hesitate to weigh in as you usually do. Mr. Antonetti, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response, we've heard many of these arguments before. Ms. Votaw is correct. And with regards to her first allegation that this is premised on an illegal law, the law was enacted, a law was enacted by the district council, which would allow development like this to move forward, utilizing the zoning regulations and uses that have been proposed throughout the entire litany of applications related to the National Capital Business Park, including Parcel 11. As I stated in my presentation, this property is zoned LCD. The LCD zone does permit the development that is shown in this application and in other portions of this site. So there really is nothing to further to address on that point. We are consistent with the law that is the law of the land, as it were, for this project, and we will continue to do so. With regards to the warehouse, this is a general warehouse. I'm not sure what evidence she has to show that it is not a general warehouse. The high cube distribution warehouse is a type of warehouse which was shown on a separate application, not this application. This is not that application. This is a one-story standalone general warehouse and distribution, which is a permitted use under all the previous entitlements and the regulations and permitted in the LCD zone. With regards to the trip cap, this has been established pursuant to a preliminary plan of subdivision, which is approved and was approved by this board. The preliminary plan of subdivision did establish the trip cap based on projected trips generated from general warehouse and a high cube distribution warehouse. In aggregate, again, this is not a high cube distribution or high cube fulfillment center warehouse, which is a type of warehouse also permitted in the zone. The trip cap is not exceeded. There is no evidence to the contrary to show that there is an incompatibility with the approved trip cap. And we agree with the staff's findings and conclusions that this use on parcel 11 is within the permitted trip cap established in the approved preliminary plan of subdivision. In terms of the buffers, this application does reflect all required buffers pursuant to the landscape manual. There was discussion off-site. You see where parcel 11 is located in the northeast quadrant of this project. Leland Road is in the south. This does not abut Leland Road. However, this project, and we've heard this before, through pictures which mischaracterize the development and the state of vegetation along Leland Road. Yes, Leland Road is a scenic historic road. Yes, it is required to have a scenic historic road planting buffer, which it will have. However, the pictures you see are part of temporary construction entrances related to clearing within to allow access to the site for that purpose. So yes, there is some clearing going on, but there's also significant trees that exist. The pictures that continue to be shown in the record tend to mischaracterize what is going on out in the field and does not consider that a scenic buffer will be provided as part of the overall development. Again, that Leland Road buffer area does not abut parcel 11, so I don't believe it's relevant to discuss that further as part of this particular application. In terms of the tree conservation plan, the priorities were discussed. There was a letter submitted. It is in the record from Bowler Engineering discussing how the tree conservation preservation priorities are met in terms of exhausting on-site preservation. So that has been done. That is reflected in the staff report, a discussion of that as well. What is remarkable, again, is that this site is preserving 41% of its wooded areas, both in preservation and preservation not counted towards the preservation requirement, plus reforestation. 41% of the site will remain wooded. And that's not to mention the off-site credits that the applicant has also purchased and will be applying for this project. This, I think, is a model for how development of this type in these locations should occur. So I believe the comments on the tree conservation plan preservation are not correct and do not reflect what is going on at the site in terms of the applicant's efforts to preserve the green envelope that we referenced in our presentation. In terms of the sediment control, there was comments, well, why don't we move the parking here? Why don't we move the parking there? Parcel 11 is one of the parcels that is closest to the existing Collington Center. It is facing away from other non-employment, light industrial uses to the south and west. So we're looking to take advantage of areas that are most compatible and most contiguous with existing employment uses. So the layout we have looks to maximize that. The proposal we have, while it's a speculative building, does include parking, does include truck courts, bays, things that the market and our client, who is in the business of developing projects such as this, state that the market will want and be attractive to appropriate end users in this area. So what we're showing isn't frivolous. We're not putting things out because it's not appropriate. We're putting things out for the exact opposite reason. It's exactly appropriate because that's what the market wants. There is no maximum of parking that's allowed here. There are minimums. We meet the minimums. We don't exceed. There are no limits on the amount of parking that can otherwise be provided to support this future building. So what we show, we feel is appropriate and reflective of what the market will want, either for a single user or up to 6 separate users within this future building if the planning board so approves this application. Finally, with regards to the sediment control argument, I was trying to follow that in terms of the limits of disturbance. We do have Mr. Joe DeMarco with Bowler Engineering, who has worked, my goodness, probably close to 2 years in establishing a sediment control regimen for this entire site comprehensively. And he can speak to, I believe, what is shown here for sediment controls and why it's appropriate. What we're proposing is consistent with what's been approved to date. So if I could turn to Mr. DeMarco just very briefly to speak to that one topic.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Rob. For the record, Joe DeMarco with Bowler Engineering. We are representing the civil engineer for the project with offices at 16701 Melford Boulevard in Bowie, Maryland. So to the point of the erosion sediment control, to date, we do have, the site has obtained a rough grading permit with an associated erosion sediment control plan. For the record, that's erosion control plan FSC 60-21-1, which is a partial erosion sediment control plan that covers the northern majority of the site. That area that has been approved and is covered with that erosion and sediment control plan entirely encompasses the area of the subject parcel 11 in question.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. With that, I think I responded to the litany of concerns raised by Ms. Votaw on behalf of the opposition. But with that, we would respectfully request the board approve this application. We appreciate the opportunity to present before you, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have of us based on what was presented today.
Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. I appreciate that. Ms. Butler, is there anything that you want to add related to the concerns that were expressed by Ms. Votaw, or how Mr. Antonetti responded to these in rebuttal?
Yes, I did just want to state that in regards to the landscape manual, what was provided by the applicant was in conformance with landscape manual, and specifically I think was stated was section 4.2 and section 4.7, and then also all of the landscaping and buffering and required schedules were provided by the applicant as part of this subdivision, as part of this application. And I think another comment that she had said was related to the zoning, and I did want to reiterate that the use is permitted within the zone. And then regards to the trip cap, that the trip cap is established by the preliminary plan of subdivision, and it was determined that it did not exceed the trip cap. However, we do have transportation staff, I believe, online that can kind of speak more to that. And then as well as we do have environmental planning as well online to kind of speak to the woodland conservation ordinance and the erosion sediment control that can kind of speak more to that, to those issues. But I did want to state in regards to the landscaping and the zoning that this application did meet those requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Commissioners, questions for staff? The only question I would have is that one of the concerns expressed by Ms. Votaw, Mr. Antonetti did address it, was related to the parking maximums, which there are none, but the assertion that this is overparked and that there's an opportunity for more green space. I'm curious around staff if you and maybe environmental could comment on that.
I guess I don't really have a response for that. I mean, with the use, with it being, there's no maximum. So as far as the parking, so I guess there could be opportunities for more green space, but as far as the use and what's proposed, we reviewed it and we determined it to be accurate or adequate. I don't know if that really answers your question or not, but there's always opportunities for more green space. If that kind of answers the question, I'm not sure if
I think the assertion was by Ms. Votaw was that even that staff said it may be overparked. That's the way I interpreted what you said, and I wanted to get a sense from you if that's how you would interpret what the staff report was indicating.
I do not interpret it as being overparked, but I think that she was specifically referring to the transportation related referral specifically and what transportation had stated. So I'm going to let Jim Yang kind of speak a little bit to that, because I believe she specifically referenced his referral and transportation. So I don't want to misspeak on behalf of transportation. So I'll let that staff handle that.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Mr. Yang.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jim Yang from Transportation Planning Section. When we reviewed the case, we checked the number of parking space, and we found that the proposed number of parking space is more than required. That's all. That's what we put in the. Well, I can check. I don't have the number now.
I'm just curious, perhaps Mr. Antonetti, if you have a thought about that, because
I do. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Again, Robert Antonetti on behalf of the applicant. So this project and this parcel is part of a continuum, a foundational entitlements that begins with a basic plan, which sets your general land use quantities, then moves to the comprehensive design plan, as the board knows, which the board has actually seen twice for this project. The comprehensive design plan sets up design guidelines regulating the development under the applicable zoning category that applies to the site. Those design guidelines set up setbacks for buildings, parking lots, and are coupled with the regulations that apply here, the EIA, former EIA zone standards on the site that set forth the internal green area minimums for the site, which as applicable to this site is 10%, which we meet that minimum requirement. We also meet all the setbacks and design guidelines that are set forth in the approved design guidelines for parking. Since it is a speculative building, I could turn it over to Mr. Schnorf to offer a few comments on why they laid it out the way they did and why they feel what they proposed meets market needs. But I think one thing that needs to be distinguished here is there are 303 parking spaces proposed, and there's an additional 280 spaces which are for overflow, but that's an optional lot that may not develop, but based on the end user, which hasn't been identified for the site, may necessitate that. So all equipment or vehicles needed for a particular user can be accommodated on this site. So the plan shows that as an optional overflow lot that would be installed if and when that would be needed as part of the needs of an end user. So right now it's certainly adequately parked, and it has the potential to be further adequately parked based on the demands of a future tenant. This is a spec building or speculatively built building. And we want the flexibility within the limits of the CDP design guidelines and the applicable zoning green space regulations to have the ability to go in that direction if the market or end user desires it. So if I could turn to Mr. Schnorf, and I hope I didn't steal any of his points, but
well, actually, you may have stolen his thunder because your response addresses my questions fine. And so, Mr. Schnorf, unless you have something more to add to that, I feel like my question's been addressed.
I mean, the only thing I want to add is we're trying to develop a modern logistics center here. And if we were to eliminate parking spaces and particularly trailer parking, if you can picture having driven through old industrial parks, there's trucks and trailers and cars parked in driveways, along roads, everywhere. And it's a mess. And this is exactly what we're trying to avoid. And so we aim to have one trailer parking space for each dock. And that's what the modern logistics users are looking for. And then the other thing that I would just add, I think Ms. Voltaw, when she called this a high cube warehouse, it's a little confusing. The ITE manual has a high cube fulfillment center, and that was subject to another application. This is it has a high clear space in this building, but again, that's the way modern warehouses are designed. So there's a high clear height, but it's not a high cube fulfillment center. It's just a warehouse with a high clear height for racking and storage. As material handling equipment has gotten more sophisticated, warehouse users have been able to store their goods to higher heights. So that's all that is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I respectfully request just a few moments to address the use issue since it's been brought up multiple times?
Ms. Voltaw, actually, I won't allow that. The applicant has the last word on that, and we're in rebuttal and closing on this point. So I believe you've made the point in this case and in other cases as well.
The point I was just going to make is that the ITE manual identifies 5 different types of high cube warehouses. This would fall under that. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Voltaw. So are there any other questions, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? And you have no further close, Mr. Antonetti?
No, but thank you for your consideration and leeway in allowing me to respond as I already have. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so this public hearing is closed, and commissioners, no further questions. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff to include the revised findings as outlined in staff exhibit number 1, as well as the technical corrections as noted by staff, and in so doing approve SDP-1603-03 and TCP 2-026-2021-06, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and as modified, and as modified by applicant exhibit number 1.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Votaw. Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Thank you, Ms. Butler. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
And we are moving on
Thank
to
you
our
for your
next
time.
case. This is item number 6, preliminary plan of subdivision 4-20015, addition to Signature Club at Manning Village. Ed Gibbs is the attorney for the applicant. Mr. Diaz-Campbell will give the staff presentation. We have other experts as needed, and I will turn it over to Mr. Diaz-Campbell for a brief staff presentation. Or perhaps not a brief staff presentation. We may be going into some detail on this one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Once again, for the record, I am Diaz-Campbell, Planner 2 with the subdivision section. Item number 6 on the agenda is the preliminary plan subdivision for addition to Signature Club at Manning Village, 4-20015. The subject project proposes 76 lots and 12 parcels for development of 72 single-family attached dwellings and 4 single-family attached live-work units. The proposed development is in addition to the existing Signature Club at Manning Village development located just west of the site, which is currently under construction. The residents of the new dwellings will join the existing homeowners association, as well as have access to the recreation facilities in the existing development. The site is subject to conceptual site plan CSP-20001, approved in July 2021.
Could I have Mr. Diaz-Campbell hold a second? If I could ask everybody but Mr. Diaz-Campbell to mute your microphones, please. Thank you, sir. Take it away.
As a matter of housekeeping, there are 3 items of additional backup for this case, which were received before the noon deadline on December 13. These include an exhibit with the applicant's requested revisions to the recommended conditions of approval, and a letter of an email of opposition from a citizen. Next slide, please. The site is located in the southwestern part of Prince George's County, within Planning Area 84 and Council District 9. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site is located north of the intersection of Maryland 228 and Manning Road East, on both sides of Caribbean Way. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site is in the residential multifamily 48 or RMF 48 zone. The existing Signature Club development to the west is also zoned RMF 48, as is the vacant land located directly across Manning Road East from the property. The lands north of the property are zoned rural residential. The shopping center across Maryland 228 from the development is zoned commercial neighborhood. Next slide, please. The property zoning notwithstanding, this preliminary plan of subdivision was accepted for review under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, which are effective prior to April 1st, 2022, pursuant to section 24-1703 of the subdivision regulations. Under the prior zoning ordinance, this site was in the mixed-use transportation or MXT zone. This preliminary plan of subdivision is evaluated according to the standards of that zone. Next slide, please. The aerial photograph shows that the property is currently used as a staging area for the ongoing construction of the development to the west. Also visible are uses surrounding the property, including the aforementioned vacant land to the east and shopping center to the southwest, as well as single-family attached homes along Manning Road East to the northeast. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site has been graded as part of the existing construction. Further grading will be needed to support the proposed development. A small area of wetlands is located at the very southern end of the site. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows that the site has frontage on Manning Road East, a primary road. Maryland 228 is an expressway. With this preliminary plan, the required right-of-way will be dedicated to Manning Road East. Next slide, please. The 8 critical intersections determined to be impacted by the development are shown by the yellow squares on this slide and are further described in detail in the staff report. The analysis performed by staff found that all site intersections will continue to operate at acceptable levels of service, and that the existing road network will not be adversely impacted by traffic generated by the subject site. Next slide, please. This photo shows another view of the site from an aerial perspective. This slide shows Caribbean Way and shows that it will dissect the site to provide access to the existing Signature Club development, as well as an entrance to each of the 2 parts of the addition. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan shows 76 lots and 12 parcels outlined in red. Existing public streets are shown in dark blue, and existing and proposed private rights-of-way, including private streets and alleys, are shown in light blue. The prime management area, which contains the on-site wetlands, is shown outlined in purple at the south end of the site. The 4 single-family attached live-work units are located south of Caribbean Way and will have 1 right-in, right-out access to that street. The 72 single-family attached dwelling units are located north of Caribbean Way. Access to the northern portion is proposed from a right-in, right-out entrance on Caribbean Way and a full movement entrance on Manning Road East. Staff finds the proposed on-site circulation acceptable, with the addition of traffic control devices to be shown in the detailed site plan, as described in recommended condition 10 of the staff report. Adequate water and sewage facilities are available to serve the subject site, as the property is located in water and sewer category 4, community system adequate for development planning, as shown in the county's water and sewer plan. Staff would know that water and sewer for this development is to be provided directly from Manning Road East and will not utilize the existing vacuum sewer station, which was previously approved to serve the prior Signature Club development. Adequate police, fire, and rescue facilities are also available to serve the subject site. Next slide, please. Section 24-128B7A of the prior subdivision regulations requires that when lots in the MXT zone are proposed to have rear alley access, they must front on a public street. However, the applicant has proposed that some of the lots within the subdivision instead front on private open space, and so has requested a variation from this section to allow the proposed lot layout. The lots subject to the variation are shown in yellow on this slide. Staff recommends approval of the variation request as discussed in finding 6 of the technical staff report. Next slide, please. Mandatory dedication of parkland for the subject site, as required by sections 24-135 and 24-134 of the prior subdivision regulations, will be met by providing the residents of the addition access to the recreation facilities required to be constructed with the original Signature Club development. However, CSP-20001 does require on the site a recreation facility for young children, shown in brown in the center of this slide. Staff requested this exhibit from the applicant to demonstrate there was enough space in the development central open space for this facility. A shade structure, walking paths, and landscaping are also proposed. Recreation facilities and open space will be further reviewed with a detailed site plan. Next slide, please. This exhibit shows existing sidewalks serving the site in blue and proposed sidewalks in light blue. Manning Road East is a master plan shared roadway, and so plan identifying signage and markings along the property frontage is recommended to be provided at the time of detailed site plan. Next slide, please. This application is subject to the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, and a revised Type 1 tree conservation plan has been filed with the application. The original TCP1 was filed along the conceptual site plan. The TCP1 shows the subject parcels in red and the right-of-ways in blue. The prior management area is shown outlined in purple. Woodland preservation area is shown in bright green. The woodland conservation requirements for the site will be met with 0.27 acres of on-site preservation, 0.11 acres of landscape credits, and 3.69 acres of off-site mitigation. There are no proposed impacts to the prior management area or any specimen trees on site. Next slide, please. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommends that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan subdivision 4-20015, addition to Signature Club at Manning Village, as well as a variation from section 24-128B7A, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. The applicant communicated proposed revisions to the conditions of approval recommended in the report, which are included on the record. The purpose of the revisions is to clarify the placement of a public utility easement for dry utilities, the general area of the proposed recreation facilities, how traffic control devices will be ensured to be constructed, and information needed at the time of detailed site plan regarding shared roadway improvements to Manning Road East. Staff is in agreement with these revised conditions. The findings in the staff report associated with these conditions will also be edited for the resolution. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Commissioners, questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Seeing none, I will turn to Mr. Gibbs. If you could introduce your team and take it away, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board, pleasure to be here today representing the applicant and the property owner. My name is Edward Gibbs. I am an attorney with offices in Largo. And I, in fact, represent the applicant and the owner, Signature Land Holdings, LLC. That limited liability company is controlled by primarily Caruso Homes, a longtime and respected residential home builder in Prince George's County and elsewhere. And so on the meeting today with me, I have Mr. Nick Cintron, in-house counsel for Caruso Homes. I have Ms. Lynn Davis from Caruso Homes, Mr. Jamie Atkinson from Caruso Homes, Mr. Ed Lewandowski from Caruso Homes. And in addition, I have Mr. Michael Lenhart, our traffic consultant, and Mr. George Warholic from Dewberry, the civil engineer for this project. I will make the presentation in this case, and everyone else will be available for questions if and as needed. First, if we could bring up on the screen the preliminary subdivision plan layout, because I really have to thank Mr. Diaz-Campbell for his help in making this a better layout. When we started with the preliminary subdivision plan here, we had two out parcels, out parcel A and out parcel B. In total, it's about 7.4 acres. About 6.1 acres is out parcel A, which is the large, generally triangular shaped piece north of Caribbean Way. And then a little over an acre is the small piece to the south. All access was proposed to come through Caribbean Way. And after the case had been filed and we got some initial comments, Mr. Diaz-Campbell suggested that we look at providing a second access point onto Manning Road East. And so we did, and we amended the plan. We lost 2 lots in the process of doing that, but we ended up with a preliminary subdivision plan vastly superior to that which we filed. DPI has said the same thing in meetings we have had with them. And quite frankly, that's really attributable to Mr. Diaz-Campbell and his analysis talents. So we want to thank him for that publicly. So I want to talk a little bit about our citizen outreach here. I have represented the first owner and now developer of the Signature Club residential development, which is the 57-acre parcel directly west of these 2 parcels. And I processed a reconsideration to the preliminary plan there, a detailed site plan, and took them through that development process. It approved 313 residential units. We were in constant contact with the Accokeek Development Review District Commission through all of the processes and entitlements that we had to seek for the development of that section of the project. And more recently, in October of 2022, when we were filing the preliminary subdivision plan, which is before you today, I made a presentation to the commission through contacts with Mr. Clifford Woods, the president. I made a presentation to them on this preliminary plan. On December 2nd, when I received the staff report, I forwarded it to Mr. Woods and in an email asked him if he would like us to make yet another presentation. And I did not receive a reply, which I took to mean that no further presentation was necessary. And then again, last week, we had a virtual meeting with residents of the 313 residential component, the initial component of Signature Club at Manning Village. And that presentation was very detailed. We received a lot of good questions. And so I just wanted the board to know that there's been considerable outreach and communication with the citizens in the area in processing not just this preliminary plan, but everything that has gone before it. If we could bring up, please, the prior zoning map, because since this entire project started under the MXT zone, we are processing this application as well under the MXT zone. So there you have it. So everything you see in purple was except for this property, which is outlined in red, and then for the small piece directly across Manning Road East to the east, was owned originally by a partnership called TSC MUMA. And around in the 2000 timeframe, it was zoned MXT. And so they came in with a conceptual site plan. I was not representing them at the time. They had 3 pods approved in their conceptual site plan. Manning Village Shopping Center, which is located southwest across Berry Road, was pod 1. The area that is 57 acres and now comprises the major Signature Club residential development was pod 2. And then pod 3 became recorded lot 12, which is the large triangular shaped parcel fronting on Manning Road and Berry Road to the east of Berry Road that you see. The pod 2 residential component was originally approved for up to 800 senior age restricted units, along with some ancillary service, along with some ancillary retail commercial space to service the retirement community. The overall developer, the shopping center has been developed. The balance was not. The financial partner in that deal suffered a very tragic and untimely passing, and the property went into foreclosure and was taken by the banks. And so one of my clients contacted me when he had placed the property under contract from the bank to move forward. That resulted in our going before you to do a reconsideration of the original preliminary plan to allow fee simple residential development as opposed to senior age restricted units up to 800 on a condominium plat. So that reconsideration was approved. We did a revision to the conceptual site plan. We did a detailed site plan for that project, and it resulted in the approval of 313 residential units consisting of single-family detached and residential townhomes. 170 approximately of those units have been sold. And
Excuse,
yeah,
let me interrupt 1 sec. This is the hazards of being at home. I need to take a 3-minute break right in the middle of your presentation, okay? So
that's quite right. I'll hold on.
We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have been there with pets, so I understand entirely, Mr. Chairman.
So please continue.
Yeah, if we could just get that prior zoning map back up, and I'm going to wrap up this history here. There we go. So, so we ended up with a preliminary plan, revision of the conceptual site plan, and detailed site plan for the 313 units to the west. Now, once again, before my involvement, the TSC MUMA partnership entity, when they received approval for the pod 1, pod 2, and pod 3 developments, they were restricted to provide access to everything via East Manning Road. No access to Indian Head Highway, no access to Berry Road. And that necessitated that they acquire the intervening parcel, which was known as the Vincent property and was designated as parcel 25. It consisted of 12 acres and included the subject property, the 7.4 acres that I've described, which is now out parcels A and B, and then the smaller triangular piece immediately east of and across Manning Road East from our out parcel A, which is now called out parcel B itself. That was all parcel 25, the Vincent property. And that acquisition was made so that a road, which is now known as Caribbean Way, could connect the residential development, which at that time was up to 600 senior units, to Manning Road East, and provide access in and out. In the process of doing that, TSC MUMA filed a rezoning application for parcel 25 and rezoned that to the MXT zone as well. And in the planning board resolution, which is resolution 4-295, the planning board found, and I would quote at page 2 of that resolution, because the site serves as a connection between the two MXT sites, the applicant requests this rezoning to create a more unified development scheme. The applicant has submitted an illustrative plan with this application. The plan proposes a residential component, a live-work component, and a community center on the western portion of the property, and a retail center with an office pads on the eastern portion of the property. So the importance of that finding is to explain to everyone that it was always envisioned that the Vincent property, parcel 25, out parcels A and B, this 7.4 acres would always be an extension of the Signature Club development. And in fact, when the county council did the countywide map amendment, this entire project was one of the test cases in their analysis, and they too included these parcels as part of the overall Signature Club development. So I just wanted to get that out there to let everyone know this is not some hole in the donut that we're trying to create, but it has always been envisioned to be part of this overall development. So our preliminary subdivision plan is seeking now the approval of 76 total residential units. The interesting and I think exciting component in this development is, in addition to just the makeup of the other townhomes that will be built by Caruso Homes, is that on the small little 1 acre piece that we have to the south of Caribbean Way, we are proposing to have 4 live work units on that 1+ acre parcel. And you know, the live work concept has always been present, but it has not become as popular as it is becoming until we dealt with the pandemic of the last approximate 3 years. So many folks are working from their homes these days that a demand is growing for this type of unit. And of course, the look of the unit will be it'll look like a residential townhouse. It's just that it will have a dedicated entrance to the portion on the first floor, which will be approximately 800 square feet, where an office can be located or a work opportunity for the resident who will live in the unit itself. And the residential facilities and component of these 4 units will be located on floors 2 and 3. So you can come into a little hallway. You will have a door to go into the work element, and then another door to take you into the staircase up to the 2nd and 3rd levels where these folks will live. And quite frankly, you know, we have seen over the years home occupations or folks who just have a den in their house that they allocate to an office. And this is really just a more formalized element of that aspect, which is growing in demand. And quite frankly, I'm seeing in other projects as well. With that being said, I would simply note that we had revisions proposed for 4 of the staff conditions. We met with staff and reviewed those revisions, and they are contained in applicant's exhibit 1 and were attached to my letter to you, Chair Shapiro, from December 13th, which has been filed timely in the record. I understand that staff is in support of those revisions, which are for the most part clarifications. And I'll be happy to respond to any questions and can certainly make further comments if needed. I know there's one person signed up, and I'll be happy to hear what he has to say. And if I need to respond or any member of my team, we will. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I have one, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gibbs, have any of the units been built already, or is the total of that you put in the application, is that going to be the total of the units? No, that will be the total of the units, sir. And I didn't see, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, none have been built on out parcel A or B yet. Okay, so I didn't see the previous approvals. Do you know if you've provided for any dog waste stations in the community? In the larger community, I am not sure, but in our detailed site plan, I believe we plan to have some for this component of the development, sir. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Geraldo. I have no further questions.
No other questions, the applicant. Let's turn to the public. We have one person who has signed up to speak. I believe only one. We have Mr. Carlos Colvin. Mr. Colvin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And feel free to go audio only. We can't see you if you want to go video as well, but it's not a requirement by any stretch. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll start we'll have a clock just to help guide both of us, and take it away. And if you can identify your name and address for the record, please.
Of course. For the record, I'm Carlos Colvin, a current resident of the existing Signature Club community. I reside at 16723 Caribbean Way. I am here today to put on record my opposition of the planning board approving the Signature Club Land Holdings LLC preliminary plan to develop more land for residential homes and live-work units. I oppose the preliminary plan because the developer, Russo Homes, has failed to provide assurance to current residents that the vacuum sewer system that currently services our community will be sustainable for now and the future. We meaning my family and I, our first sewer backup, which flooded our basement in August 2021 and had an occurrence as recent as August 2022. Russo Homes has given many reasons why the system was not working correctly and how it was fixed. Unfortunately, sewer backups continue to plague the community after those fixes. As recent as October 2022, residents have had sewer backup issues. Vacuum sewer systems are extremely rare in PG County, and I am still trying to understand why our neighborhood was selected to have one, but it would have been nice to be made aware prior to closing on our home. Also, the pipes throughout the neighborhood leave an incredible potent sewer smell, and it is even more amplified at the front of the community where the pump station is located. Every resident will vouch that when entering our neighborhood, passing the pump station, you would think you are entering a WSSC sewer facility. What does this have to do with today's hearing? It would be irresponsible to allow Signature Club Land Holdings LLC the privilege to continue in the development of the Signature Club community when they have not provided a sustainable sewer and water facility to the current residents. Our FY23 HOA budget for maintaining the pump station in our community is $236,000. The developer is a novice to the vacuum sewer system and cannot give assurance the system is sustainable for long-term community use years after the developer is finished in the community. Also, it would be negligent to allow future purchasers of homes developed on the extended section to smell the awfully potent sewage smell every day when they come home, considering the pump station is located near the plots of land considered in the hearing today. Closing, the developer's preliminary plan should be denied by the planning board to ensure that existing development is done correctly and is sustainable for the community well after development, prior to allowing more development of more land. I want to mention, I even asked Caruso Homes representative if we could get an independent assessment of the water sewer system just to get assurance that it is sustainable for our community. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. I appreciate that. Let me turn to the applicant as part of, this is the only person we've signed up to speak, but turn to the applicant as part of your rebuttal. And I would like you and the members of your team to address these concerns, please. Short-term, long-term, let us hear it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think that the first residents moved into the larger community, the 313 units, in approximately June, July of 2021. So it's been about 18 months since the first resident moved in. As I mentioned, there are about 170 homes that have been delivered down there between Caruso Homes and Ryan. I'm going to turn this over to my client to respond because obviously I'm not involved in day-to-day interactions with the HOA. But let me say this, that the pump station and the vacuum system, it is something that they inherited. That pump station was constructed by the prior TSC MUMA partnership and the developer they had chosen at that time before the property went into foreclosure. So this is not something that was of their choosing. And there were some issues with it, although I think it is our understanding that those issues have been resolved, and I'm going to call my client to respond to that. I would note that the 76 units that you have before you today are going to be traditionally served by gravity sewer systems into the WSSC piping system in the road network. They will not be using the vacuum sewer system that the larger community is using. With that being said, I'd like to ask either Mr. Cintron, in-house counsel for Caruso, or whoever he may designate to respond to the concerns that Mr. Colvin articulated with the vacuum sewer system.
Thank you. Mr. Cintron or whoever would like to take it.
You're muted, Mr. Cintron.
Thank you so much. I'm used to just pulling this down and it unmutes me. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. We changed the HOA changed vacuum sewer maintenance contractors about 6 months ago. And since then, there has been a substantial difference in the performance of the system. And as far as I know, none since at least October, but I think even before that. I understand there may have been an issue in October when and I forget, I think it's BGE or SMECO turned off the power for a time that may have caused a temporary outage, but that was not a failure of the system by any means. So I think that is what was referred to in October. And I think at least 2 to 3 months previous to that, we have not had any issues with the system itself since the new maintenance contractor was put under contract with us. And that was in September. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Cintron, as long as this is Ed Gibbs again, as long as there is a continuing concern within the community, are you willing to go ahead and meet again with the HOA relative to this express maintenance issue to give them the assurance that the new maintenance contractor, what improvements that contractor has made, and if necessary, also discuss this with WSSC?
Absolutely, we would. And in fact, the maintenance contractor has reached out and said that he is interested in making a presentation to the community about some of the changes he's made to the regime out there and the maintenance responsibilities that he is undertaking. So absolutely, we would be happy to make a presentation to the community about the changes to the maintenance of the system.
And again, I also heard that the new homes that are being proposed would not be using the same technology, but would be using a more traditional and tried and true, tested technology.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's helpful to hear.
This is Carlos. Will I have any chance to respond to anything said from the applicant?
Mr. Colvin, it's not our practice to have this be a dialogue back and forth, but one thing I can assure you is that the applicant has your information. I imagine they will be reaching out to you. And what I'm also hearing is that they're looking to do more community engagement as well. So I'll have you leave it at that, okay?
No problem. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Chair Shapiro?
Mr. Chairman?
Let me go to Mr. Warner first, Commissioner Washington, because he may have a process comment for us.
Right. I just wanted to, David Warner, Principal Counsel. I just wanted to point out for the member of the public who gave his very good testimony, and I'm sure the applicant knows as well, that we're at the point of preliminary plan of subdivision approval. And at that point of approval, we do not, for instance, go out and look to see if the current property has got sewage issues. We're not evaluating the sewage facilities. The district council has said to us in our subdivision regulations that as long as the property is in the proper category under the county's water and sewer plan, that means all the sewage issues are addressed at this stage of the development approval. So we do not really examine particular instances of flooding or sewage issues or any of that at the preliminary plan of subdivision. We just have to make sure this property is in the proper category under the county's plan, which sets out the rules for different categories of land development and the type of facilities that are required to address sewage issues. And so in our backup, if you look at page 190, you'll see our analysis of that very issue. This property is in the proper category right now, but it will not be allowed to get a final plat until it improves to a higher category, which is too much to discuss right now. But I just wanted to make sure the person who spoke, and of course the board members to the extent they're unaware of it, that's the limit of our examination at the preliminary plan stage.
Yeah, let me just add for Mr. Colvin and for whoever else in the audience may be listening. First of all, Mr. Warner, I appreciate you clarifying that, and that is spot on. And I appreciate Mr. Colvin coming forward and making his voice heard at this point, because he's taking the opportunity to put the developer on notice as well, that they have these concerns, and it's good for us to hear as well. So, Mr. Colvin, I appreciate you using this platform to make your voice heard.
Thank you.
Commissioner Washington, you had a question, comment?
Yeah, comment, and it's really just to build on, quite frankly, what you just said, Mr. Chairman, as well as counsel. And it was one question is I was curious, and granted, this is not our purview, but and I also thank the citizen for coming forward and sharing his concerns, because oftentimes citizens don't have or know, quite frankly, what the right platform is to get matters addressed. And we are also in a position to, as a courtesy, maybe do agency to agency type communications if it is warranted. I mean, I had a very unfortunate visual as Mr. Colvin was describing his situation. And I just wondered if Mr. Citron, if the new maintenance contractor, will that also address some of the smell issues, if you will, or?
Sorry, I'm unmuted. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. He's looking in, the new maintenance contractor is also looking into solutions to any potential smells that may be occurring near the pump station. There are a few ideas in the works. He's just looking at what is the best long-term, efficient, and cost-effective solution for the HOA that we could implement that would work for the long term.
I understand, and I would also like to go on record and thank you for your commitment to continue engagement with the HOA regarding this matter. Thank you. That's
absolutely. I also just like to add, we recently just formed a communications committee to further improve the communications between the board of the HOA, the developer, and the homeowners. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I wanted just to dovetail on what Commissioner Washington said, and the homeowners in that area could also contact DPI or the Maryland Environmental Services if they're having those types of problems, which they may investigate. I don't know whether or not there's any seepage going into the ground that could result in being any violations of federal and state regulations.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Commissioner Giraldo. Okay, this is back to the app. There's nobody else in the public who signed up to speak. Mr. Gibbs, any further rebuttal or close?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And I'm sure that my client has heard all your comments loud and clear. I would note that Mr. Colvin also spoke at the HOA meeting that we had last week. And so my client is certainly attentive to the issue and understands that it must be taken very seriously. And of course, we'll have an opportunity to discuss with the homeowners association before the DSP is filed as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. So if there's nothing else before us on this matter, the hearing portion is closed. And commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-20015, TCP 1-009-2021-01, and variation from section 24-128B7A, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 1.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by, was that Commissioner Giraldo?
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0.
Thank you very much.
I think Commissioner Giraldo, you have a commitment and you're not going to be able to continue with this. Is that right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, we still have a quorum. Thank you for your service today. We still have a quorum with Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Dorner, and myself. So let's continue. And we're on to item number 7. Detailed site plan DSP 06079-05 Westridge, DRC Park South. We have Mr. Horn, Arthur Horn, who's the attorney for the applicants, and Mr. Burke will be giving the staff presentation. I do believe we have somebody who signed up to speak from the public on this one as well. Simone Wilson is in the house, yes? Ms. Wilson, are you here? We'll see. We'll give her an opportunity when we get to that point in the hearing. But for now, let's turn to Mr. Burke for the staff presentation.
Mr. Chairman, not to interrupt you, but there's 2 people signed up to speak, I believe, unless one is dropped off. Brandy Reynolds.
Oh, Brandy Reynolds as well? Is that it? Is there a Brandy Reynolds? We'll see. When we get to the public portion, we'll see who's here. Thank you, Mr. Warner, for that. Mr. Burke, take it away. Is it Mr. Burke? Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you. You can hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chair Shapiro and members of the Planning Board. My name is Tom Burke and I represent the Prince George's County Planning Department Urban Design Section. The proposal before you is a detailed site plan DSP 06079-05 known as Westridge and is listed as item 7 on the agenda. The applicant is seeking approval of this detailed site plan to amend the timing for the installation of the community center and pool proposed on the parcel outlined here in red. Next slide, please. The site is located in the central portion of Prince George's County in Planning Area 78 and Council District 6. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site is located on the southeast quadrant of Presidential Parkway and Elk Avenue and is a 0.82 acre parcel within the 56 acre Westridge community, formerly known as Darcy Park South. Next slide, please. The site is within the current RR zone, but prior to the new zoning ordinance was within the R-R zone. The applicant has elected to have this proposal reviewed and approved under the prior zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. The site is also within the military installation overlay zone for height. Next slide, please. The site is relatively flat and contains no regulated environmental features. Next slide, please. This aerial photo illustrates the pre-development conditions of this parcel, showing the site as being graded along with the development of the surrounding townhouse units. Next slide, please. This plan shows in greater detail the subject site with the pattern of townhouse development surrounding it. Next slide, please. A detailed site plan was previously approved for the townhouse community and a community center with recreational facilities, including a multi-purpose room, exercise room, swimming pool, basketball half court, a playground, a pavilion, and open lawn area. Next slide, please. A condition of that approval required that the applicant construct a community center and swimming pool prior to the issuance of the 250th building permit for the then 556 residential units. Since this initial approval, subsequent amendments to the DSP were approved to reduce the number to 460 residential units by removing the multifamily component. This application is a request to move the timing of the community center and pool construction. In the statement of justification, the applicant cited supply chain issues related to the materials necessary for the construction of these facilities. Staff agreed to a recommendation to change the timing to the 330th building permit, at which time the residential development will be approximately 71% complete, and this represents the completion of phase 2 of the development. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings of this report and approve detailed site plan DSP 06079-05 for Westridge, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report dated November 29th, 2022. This concludes staff's presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Let me begin with a quick question, Commissioners. So 250 was the original number. You're ended at 330. Is that what the applicant came to you with? Or was that a result of a negotiation?
That was the result of a negotiation. The applicant came with 375, which would have represented 82% completion of the community. And staff felt that was too far along in the process and was denying the residents who have moved into the community the opportunity to have this community center that they were promised. So, or at the time that they were promised. So we negotiated and moved up based on, it was it seemed like a logical break in the phases at 330.
Okay, and roughly, based on your conversations, we'll hear from the applicant. When do you imagine then that they'll reach the 330 mark and this? And again, pardon my ignorance, the community center needs to be complete by 330 or construction needs to start at 330?
It shall be fully constructed and ready to occupy at that time.
And when did you understand from them that would be?
So the applicant actually can speak more to this, but it's my understanding that the foundation footings have already been poured for these facilities, and they're expecting for this to be open before July 4 weekend.
Okay, thank you.
2023, July 4, 2023, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners, for indulging my lead question. Are there other questions for Mr. Burke? No other questions? We'll turn to the applicant, Mr. Horn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Arthur Horn with the Law Office of Shipley and Horn. Here on behalf of the applicant, CGMG Capital LLC. I'm here with our senior land planner, Francis Silverholtz, and the civil engineers for the property from Ben Dye, Mr. Paul Woodburn, Mr. Mike Novi. Mr. Chairman, just before I start, I just want to say that everything that Mr. Burke was just saying and answers your questions are correct. I would have said the same thing. So I just want to say that before we get started. And I'll be brief. The purpose of this hearing is for the applicant to request an adjustment to the timing of the building of the already bonded community building and pool, which is done to allow for the overall development within phase 2, which includes the pool and the community center, to be completed while housing continues to be built out, while the delays in the supplies that are necessary for the commercial building can be obtained. Currently, there is a backup of materials across the nation, and not to delay simply this related, not delayed simply to this site. With reference to this site, the delivery delay includes a delay on the high-end glass needed for the facility. There's a delay in transformers as well as electrical parts needed for the switch station, to name just a few of the items that are needed to complete the pool and the community center. Meanwhile, the success of the development and the desire for homeowners to move into this community has been overwhelming. The success of the development can be demonstrated by knowing that the starting prices for the homes when the development first opened to the prices being paid for the homes under contract now is significantly higher as demand has continued for the community within this community. Some of you may know the history of the property development. The property is a venture where the local community, primarily Little Washington Civic Association and West Philly community, have worked hard and hand in hand with the applicant since the start of this project. Just a few weeks ago, there was an on-site street naming ceremony within the community attended by almost 75 people, including all of the previously and current, at the time, future district court council members, to honor the longtime citizen with whom the street was named after, because she helped create this beautiful community where there once was a landfill. So there's nothing but pride, dedication, and commitment to the applicant, by the applicant, to those communities and to making West Ridge community the very best it can be. The applicant has hired the same contractor who built the first of the 2 community centers proposed at the Villages of Timothy Branch, one of which has a pool, the first one of those, and it was completed with 75% of the residents in their homes. This contractor has informed the applicant that they believe the community center and pool can be up and operating by the 4th of July of this year, assuming no more delays in the shipping continues over the extended period of time. For the perspective of the homeowners also, if you have 70% of the homeowners in place, you know, the cost through the HOA is spread out a little bit more than it would be if you don't have those numbers. The number 330 is not a number, again, that's picked out of the air. It represents a natural break in the point near the end of phase 2 and before the beginning of phase 3, when all the utilities and pavements will be complete. So I just thank you for your consideration to this request as we ask the board to adopt the staff recommendation and allow for the houses to continue to be built as we move to try to build the community center and the pool, hopefully very soon, with the supplies coming in and not being delayed much longer, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Questions for Mr. Horn?
I just want to point out, when you're getting those supplies in, Mr. Horn, the slide that you've got in one of those slides, it's not touching the ground, so you might want to get a little bit longer landing pad so kids aren't falling out of the end.
Okay, will do.
Everything looks good though, but thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments, I should say, for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the public. So I do have 2 people signed up to speak. I have a Brandy Reynolds and a Simone Wilson. Miss Reynolds, are you on the line? I do not see Brandy Reynolds or hear Brandy Reynolds. Staff, do you see her on our list of people in our participants? I don't. Then we'll move on to Simone Wilson. Ms. Wilson, are you on the line? I do not hear or see Ms. Wilson either. So we have given them an opportunity. Don't see either in the chat. So we will move on. Is there anyone else from the public that I've missed who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will turn it back over to the applicant for, you won't have any rebuttal, but if you have any close.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just appreciate the opportunity to be able to move forward and ask that you adopt the recommendations of the staff report.
Okay, thank you. So nothing further on this matter, commissioners, unless you have any other questions. And I will turn it to you all. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve DSP-06079-05 along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Dorner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Chair Shapiro. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Now, we do have our next item is a companion item to this. Item number 8, it's a draft resolution related to this case. I don't think we need to hear. Mr. Burke, is there anything we need to hear from you on this matter?
No, Chair Shapiro, nothing further from staff.
Okay, and Mr. Horn, anything that we need to hear from you on this?
No, sir, nothing further.
Okay, and there's nobody signed up to speak on this matter, so commissioners, without objection, a motion would be in order to approve this draft resolution.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Dorner. No discussion on the motion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 3-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Moving right along. Next item on the agenda is item number 9, DSP 20030, Livingston of Fort Washington. Mr. Horn is the applicant for this application as well. The attorney for representing the applicant, and Ms. Butler will give the staff presentation. I believe we have no one else who has signed up to speak on this matter. I believe this will be quick. I don't think there's a lot of controversy on this one. So let's turn it over to Ms. Butler for a staff presentation.
Yes. Can you hear me all? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, Ms. Butler.
Okay, great. Okay, so good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am Tierra Butler with the Urban Design section. Item number 9 on the agenda is DSP-20030, detailed site plan for Livingston, Fort Washington, which proposes the construction of a 78,812 square foot integrated shopping center. Based on the evaluation and staff analysis, the Urban Design staff recommend that Planning Board adopt the findings of this report and approve detailed site plan DSP-20030 for Livingston, Fort Washington, subject to the conditions found on page 14 of the staff report. And in the additional backup, there's a letter from Yvonne Myers dated December 7th, 2022, in support of the application and requesting that plat approval, requesting for plat approval by December 31st, 2022, or an extension request of the final plat approval. And if it's the pleasure of the Planning Board to make a motion, this will conclude staff's presentation. Otherwise, I'd be happy to give a detailed report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Mr. Horn?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman of the board. For the record, Arthur Horn, the law office of Shippey & Horn in Largo, Maryland. Here representing Livingston of Fort Washington LLC, Ms. Maureen Wood, Ms. Yvonne Byers, and Ms. Judy Turner. I have with us again our senior land planner, Francis Silverholtz, and the civil engineer, Asko Lakovich of Elite Engineering, and Mr. Mike Menhart of Menhart Traffic Consultants. One of the great opportunities to say that I don't have any additional recommendations or changes to conditions by the staff. I want to thank Ms. Butler. I do want to say that, with reference to the conditions, a lot of the work has already been done. So that will make things a lot easier when it comes to certification. You guys may be familiar with this property because here in January of this past year, we came to you all for a extension of the validity period for the preliminary plan so that we could file this DSP and have a final plat. And we were able to do that, but unfortunately, we've run out of time to record the plat. So you'll hear from us again requesting an extension for the preliminary plan. And that is because the final plat cannot be recorded if the preliminary plan is expired. And so the preliminary plan expires at the end of this year. And one of the conditions on the preliminary plan was that the district council review this DSP. And obviously, there's no time for the district council to review the DSP here in 2022. So just a heads up, it's a complicated matter because generally CSC zone properties are not required to have detailed site plans, but in this preliminary plan, it was a condition added. And so it's something that we have to go through. But with reference to this application here with the DSP, it's nice to have a nice commercial shopping center in the Fort Washington area. I'm sorry, Mr. Giraldo signed off early. He knows the area well. It's going to be a nice facility down in that area for them. So thank you very much, and I appreciate if you support the planning board's staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Yeah, and I would say I would channel my inner Commissioner Giraldo and say I'm sure he will be happy about this commercial development not too far away from him. That he might also ask, and so let me imagine I'm asking on his behalf, that there's been lots of discussion in this area around issues related to bike ped transportation issues. And I'm wondering if you could talk even for a second about what you are going to be contributing to increased opportunities for safer biking and walking through this development.
I'm going to say two things there. First, I'm going to call upon our transportation expert to maybe be able to answer that, or our civil engineer, ASCO, who may be able to answer that. But I'll just say this property was subject to SHA's. Actually, SHA had proposed a overpass in the area, and so it's taken years. The preliminary plan associated with this property, if I'm not mistaken, was 2004. It was either 2004, 2006. That's how far it goes back. And the property owner has been going a long way to try to work through having that removed so that, in fact, development can come. And the State Highway Administration has indicated by letter, that's part of the record here as well, that they have no desire for the property at this time. With reference to the bike transportation stuff, I don't know if Ask goes on, if he could add to that. But, we're required to have so many bike parking spaces and stuff that will be there at the shopping center. And it's it's a combination of retail and office. So as anticipated, it is, it is part of this detailed site plan. I can't tell you if there's any other bike related improvements that are there. I apologize.
I think Commissioner Giraldo it'd probably be me that'd be asking about the bikes. Commissioner Giraldo would probably be asking about the complete sidewalks and if you can get 6 feet instead of 5. So I'll add that in there in case you want to.
It's a tight area. There's a CVS that's in the shopping center already, and we'll be there with the CVS. They're trying to make the connection as part of the overall shopping center. But they've looked at the width of the sidewalks and stuff, and made it to the maximum possible to be able to get the shopping center.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? None. We have no one signed up to speak for this. There's no other issues.
Actually, Chair, we do have one person signed up and they're logged in right now, Ms. Waller.
Oh, we do. Okay. All right. I apologize for that, Ms. Waller. You're signed in. The floor is yours. I'll put 3 minutes on the clock just to help us manage your time. Can we hear you? Yeah, we can hear you now. We don't see you, but there's no requirement to put on your video as well, so we can hear you.
Okay, great. It looks like I misplaced my notes. My name is Robin Waller, and I'm a resident of Fort Washington, and I'm very involved in the community. I'm speaking for myself, but I am very involved in the community, and there are several active groups going on right now. One that has a regular biking and walking group, and Neighbors for Fort Washington for Commercial Development has well over 1,000 members. The hottest topic there is this property. Since COVID, we realized, and maybe even before, and definitely before that, that we did not have the amenities that Prince George's County has in their Bowie regions and their, Upper Marlboro and the northern part, none of the amenities that are in Virginia. And almost 100% of us go over the bridge to shop. We wanted those amenities here. So we've been working with Ms. Woods for over a year. We've been looking to bring retail that's in those other areas to us. Particularly during COVID, there weren't any drive-throughs except for McDonald's. There wasn't any outdoor seating, things that we desire. There weren't, our biking paths. We don't have those, so we'd go over to Virginia Bike. So we really desire this property. In addition to that, I guess I'd like to say that personally, I'd like to see more development, but not overdevelopment. I think we just don't have the basics here, and that's what we're desiring. And that's all.
Thank you. So, Ms. Waller, let me ask a question. It sounds like you're in support of this development.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Good to hear. And I appreciate you taking the time to make your voice heard. I'm thankful for that. Any questions for Ms. Waller? None, and there's nobody else signed up to speak. Thank you for helping me catch that, Mr. Warner.
Okay, thank you.
If there's nobody else to speak before this, I'll turn it back to Mr. Horn to see if you have any, again, no rebuttal, but perhaps a close.
No, thank you. Just to let you know, and Ms. Waller mentioned that Maureen Wood, the managing member of the LLC, has been actively meeting with the community, receiving ideas of what to go in this area, and work very closely with them. So they're looking forward to having a very nice development at this location.
Great, great to hear. So thank you very much. There's nothing else before us on this case. Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve DSP-20030 and TCP2-054-03-01, along with the associated conditions as outlined in staff's report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Commissioner Dorner. If there's no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 3-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since this is the last meeting before the holidays, let me just say happy holidays to all you all. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Horn.
Mr. Horn. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Before Mr. Warner drops off, procedurally, can I ask Mr. Warner, would we be able to modify the one condition on the date that would actually extend the preliminary plan? If we were to bring it up right now, so that
Not right now.
Say again, Mr. Warner?
No, not right now.
Okay. Worth a try. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That was going to be a Christmas present for you, Mr. Horn, but it's not going to happen.
I was holding tight, hoping for it. Thank you.
So next item is item 11. This is an extension request for a preliminary plan 4-17024 Walker Mill Residential. We have Mr. Heath from the staff, and we have Ziad Shalabi, who's representing the applicant, or maybe the applicant. I'll turn it over to Mr. Heath. This should be a pretty quick item. Mr. Heath.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Shapiro, members of the board. For the record, Antoine Heath with the subdivision section. Item 11 is an extension request for a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-17024 Walker Mill Residential. The applicant is proposing a 1-year extension until December 31st, 2023. All information regarding this extension request has been stated in the staff memo, and staff is recommending approval. If it is the will of the board to make a motion, this will conclude staff's presentation. If the board would like me to make a more detailed presentation, I'm prepared to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else you need to hear from staff on this? No, I think we're fine. Do we have the applicant here, and does the applicant wish to say anything?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Ziad Shalabi, the engineer of record at 9470 Annapolis Road, Suite 414, Lanham, Maryland, 20706. I want to thank Mr. Antoine for his help on this case, and we obviously agree with his recommendation. And that's all. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
happy holidays.
Thank you. Thanks for that as well. Is there anyone from the public who signed up to speak for this? I don't see anybody. So there's nothing else before us in this matter. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this extension request?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the recommendation of staff and approve the request for extension for 1 year for preliminary plan 4-17024.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Dorner. There's no discussion on the motion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 3-0. Thank you all. And our final item before us is item number 12. This is Community Planning Division staff draft of the West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan and proposed sectional map amendment. This will be a request to remand this back to staff. We have Mr. Scott Rowe, who will give us a presentation on this. We also have Ms. Benton, who may be contributing as well. I'm not sure, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Rowe and have him explain what this is about. A bit of an unusual thing for us, but it's unusual times.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, Scott Rowe with the Master Plans and Studies section. Joined this afternoon by Sarah Benton, Supervisor of the Long Range Planning section. We're here this afternoon to present staff's analysis of the impact of recent legislation on the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan and its concurrent proposed sectional map amendment. Next slide, please. This item's on today's agenda because the last day for the Planning Board to act on the staff draft plan and proposed SMA is January 5th, 2023. Any legislative action to address the concerns that we identify in the presentation would not be effective until later in 2023. Now, today we'll provide a brief background, staff's analysis, followed by staff's recommendations on the plan. As you may remember from the last time we were before you, the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan covers 1,085 acres in the northwestern area of Prince George's County within Council District 2. The plan area surrounds the West Hyattsville Metro Station and lies immediately south of the Hyattsville Crossing Metro Station. Next slide, please. Next slide. Portions of the plan area are located within the cities of Hyattsville and Mount Rainier and the town of Brentwood. Next slide. So here's some of the key dates for this plan. The plan and its concurrent SMA were initiated by the County Council on January 18th of this year, following the plan's earlier initiation in October 2020. On April 1st, the county's new zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations took effect. As you recall, you granted the staff permission to release the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan, its proposed SMA, to the public on July 28th, and on October 11th, you and the County Council hosted a joint public hearing whose public record closed on October 26th. On October 25th, 2022, the County Council passed a series of zoning text amendments that impact the effectiveness of master and sector planning throughout the county. Two bills that impact this sector plan and SMA are CB 77 2022 and CB 97 2022. Next slide. In summary, CB 77 updates the transitional provisions of the zoning ordinance to allow any property that is developed or approved for development to use the prior 1949 zoning ordinance in perpetuity. You voted to oppose this bill. Next slide. because of the location of this sector plan, as you can see on the map, this bill affects pretty much every property in the sector, except for parks and other public property, with the tangible impact that every developable property in this plan area may now use the prior zoning ordinance forever. Next slide, please. CB 97/2022 amends the expedited transit-oriented development provisions of the zoning ordinance to permit any ETOD application within the local transit-oriented or LTO zones within 2,500 feet of a metro station to develop with standards established at the time of detailed site plan. You also voted to oppose this bill. Next slide, please. As you can see with this map, this bill affects all properties currently within or proposed in the staff draft sector plan to be in the Plan 2035 designated West Hyattsville Local Transit Center. Next slide, please. As indicated in the staff report, these bills present a number of serious challenges to the effectiveness and implementation of the county's 37 master sector and transit district development plans, and to this staff draft plan in particular. Which are described, as I said, in the staff report. This includes all the plans that we've drafted and have been approved since 2015 assume use of the current zoning ordinance. For a number of reasons, the West Hyattsville Transit District Overlay Zone requires immediate replacement. Use of the prior ordinance allows uses, buildings, landscapes, streetscapes, and architecture, basically all the facets of the built environment, that was not envisioned or contemplated by the staff draft plan. Use of the prior ordinance conflicts with numerous policies and strategies in the staff draft plan. Next slide, please. Use of the prior ordinance or development without the objective standards of it was not contemplated in the plan, nor importantly, was it presented to the public as a possible option or outcome. The staff draft plan anticipates that, and it encourages that uses that are currently existing that are prohibited by the current zoning ordinance would be ultimately redeveloped, replaced, or retenanted with permitted uses. And of course, the prior zoning ordinance does not require use of the county's urban street design standards, which is a fundamental baseline expectation for all streets in Plan 2035's 34 designated centers. Next slide, please. Due to these factors, staff concludes that the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan cannot be implemented using the prior zoning ordinance. The staff draft plan is very unlikely to be implemented without application of the development standards and uses of the current zoning ordinance, and that these bills, as approved, substantially impair implementation of the staff draft plan as it is written. Next slide. Accordingly, staff recommends that pursuant to Section 273402 F4 of the zoning ordinance, that the planning board remand the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan and its proposed sectional map amendment to the planning director for further evaluation of the issues presented by CB 77 and CB 97. That concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Questions for staff, commissioners?
So this
No
is a little
question. That's really unfortunate.
yeah. So since the new council is pretty active, what do we think about the likelihood that they will repeal those other two laws? Have we talked to them about it?
They've actually already introduced a resolution to repeal it.
Oh, fantastic. It just didn't make their other earlier this week.
So we're caught a little bit betwixt and between, which is why staff is making this recommendation, because we really cannot proceed under the current state of affairs. But we don't know if there will be a new state of affairs because it's not up to us. It's up to the council taking whatever action they choose. So what is likely is if the council continues as it seems like they will, and essentially they repeal, or whatever the appropriate language is, the actions that they took with the previous council, then we don't have to start from scratch. We will essentially give this back to staff staff will give it back to us to continue the process that we're on, and there won't even be that much of a delay. And the delay will all be in related to if and when the council takes action.
Okay. Yeah, that's good because I was literally just getting off the metro at Westside, so I'm jumping on buses on Tuesday and thinking it's gonna be fantastic. Like it looks so nice now, and it's gonna be really nice in a couple more years when we get all this like built environment with new zoning ordinances and we get to today. It's like that's depressing. I was about to get on a scooter, but I decided no, I'm gonna take a bus instead of a scooter because there weren't scooters around. I looked for a bike. The only bike was like thrown off to the side. I said, I'll just use the bus and just kind of slowly go around the area just to see how it looks. And
so noted that we need more bike share stations. Okay, understood.
Yeah, so the Capital Bike Share was full there. I was looking to take one of the Lime bikes, and there's only one. None of the scooters were around. They were all kind of just dispersed all around. So actually, for feedback, it would actually be helpful if we had some way of denoting like where people could park the scooters or the other bikes besides the bike share around the station. Signage is not very good when you're coming out of the station. I've come out of it plenty of times, but every time I use that one instead of the Hyattsville Crossing station, I just sort of get confused as I'm coming out and I'm looking, I'm like, do I want to get a bike? Do I want to get a bus? Because you walk out and it's dark and there's like no signage really there at that station as you're coming out of the doors. But yeah, if we could work on maybe where people put bikes and like the bike shares, because there's obviously the bike lockers right there that are quite obvious, but it would be helpful to kind of put everything in one location instead of just throwing them all around.
Thank you. I'm sure staff is noting it.
Duly noted.
Excellent. Okay, any other questions for staff related to this matter? If not, there's nothing else before us on this, and I'll turn to you to see what your pleasure is in this item.
Mr. Chairman, based on staff analysis and as well as staff's recommendation, I move that we remand the staff draft West Hyattsville Queens Chapel sector plan and sectional map amendment back to staff.
A second.
We have a motion, a second motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Commissioner Dorner. If there's no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 3-0. Thank you, team. Much appreciated. This concludes all the items for today's agenda. Mr. Hunt, is there anything else, any further business to come before the planning board today?
Happy holidays to each of you. And there are no additional business items before the planning board today.
Okay, thank you. Happy holidays to all. And I appreciate your efficiency today. It was a productive day, even though it was a bit of a long one for us for this new regime. But happy holidays all, and we will see you in the new year.
Sounds good. Happy holidays, team.